I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan minggu ni adalah minggu terakhir transfer window. Maksud tu, selepas minggu ni kita takkan nampak pasukan ambil player baru ataupun ambil coaching staff baru. And of course, last week of transfer window, kita ada player baru juga yang masuk. And I'm pretty sure you guys have seen the posting mana Team Hub ambil 2 player dan juga RSGMY took on a new EXP laner. Tapi sebelum tu, apa kata kita tengok jadual perlawanan hari ini? So, untuk perlawanan hari ini, Homebois menentang Niners. So ini adalah match yang sangat penting untuk Niners sebab dorang kena kejar point kalau dorang nak layak ke playoffs. Untuk match terakhir hari ini, Monster Vicious menentang King Empire Esports. Dua pasukan yang tengah cari mata penuh to secure their playoff slots. Now, kita boleh nampak match pertama ini sangat-sangat penting once again untuk pasukan Niners. Kalau dorang nak still secure slot ke playoff, dorang perlu menang 2-0. Manakala untuk side Homebois pula, kalau dorang nak kejar top 1 untuk regular season leaderboard, dorang kena menang semua game dorang dengan 2-0 untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh setiap match. Tapi sebelum I ajak players untuk naik pentas, I nak tanya, sebab walaupun it's a Friday, ramai orang yang datang ke stadium hari ini. So, Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Tengok tu, walaupun it's a Friday, walaupun awal, tapi sudah ramai orang yang hadir ke Stadium MBSJ. So untuk semua orang yang tengah duduk dekat rumah, apa lagi? Jomlah datang. Alright, so nampaknya the audience is ready, the casters are ready, and the players are ready. And with that, mari kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia.
Homebois!
Ever since their surprising stumble during the opening match of the season, the team has been stellar, displaying amazing gameplay as well as masterful drafts. With the starting lineup currently in top form, they're looking to extend their winning streak without mercy. Flame Boys, it's time to cheer for the Owls, the defending champions, Homebois! The Warriors of Negeri Sembilan finally clinched their first victory of the season last week. Can they harness this momentum against the defending champions? Will Max unleash his maximum potential with this team support? With no alternative but to push forward and avoid relegation, let's go Niners!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. So, nampaknya perlawanan ini adalah satu reunion juga sebab Barbosa dan antagonist was a part of Homeboys musim lepas. But you know what? They're gonna show who's the better team this time around. And of course, untuk semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah, kita pun ada join the fight code untuk korang. So use the code kat bawah ni for you guys to get in-game freebies. Alright, nampaknya the crowd is set. Tapi I nak dengar one last time sebelum kita start match. Alright guys? Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Alright, nampaknya everybody is ready untuk match pertama minggu kelima. And with that, seems this is your moment. Game on.
Welcome to MPL MY Season 13. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast, and that was a very interesting introduction by Rose. But of course, here at the desk, we have Gideon on my side, and I am ICBaby12, as we are going to be taking through the English commentary. But for today here, Gideon, this is something that I am extremely worried for. In particular, is going to be the Niners, because right now, cat's out of the bag. They have 3 more lives left.
3 more lives. They need to win each one of them. Whether 2-1 or 2-0, they need to give themselves the best possible odds to start off week number 5. We still have this week and the following week after before we actually hit the playoffs, so there's not a lot of chances to get points now.
Yes, and speaking of points here, let's talk a little bit more on the standings on every single team who's currently as of this week in week number 5. As we had, of course, at the top here, we have Selangor Red Giants with 18 points, Homeboys currently with 12 points, Todak 11, King Empire RGMY 10 place, Team Hawk 9, Monster Vicious 8, Barracuda 7 points, and Bounty Esports as well as Niners 6 and 5. Niners being on the bottom here. Ooh, this is a little bit scary here considering that they have 3 more teams to face off later on.
They do have 3 more teams to face off later on, but a single 2-0 can shoot them right up and make them even potentially catch up to teams like Team Hawk, for an example, right? It's not like they're too far away. 3 points is going to mean everything for the Niners, so a single 2-0 could really change the momentum for this team. And based on what I've heard in the green room earlier for some of the other casters, insider information, apparently Niners are really working on their chemistry.
Yeah, there is something that a lot needs to be worked on, right? Even the previous week as well, ever since they brought in Max, there was a lot of changes. We saw a little bit of hope. They gotten a little bit better, but again, is it still too late for them? That's something that I want to know as well, because as of yet, today's match for Niners is going to be an important factor. If they 2-0 Homeboys, they are here to make a statement and maybe, just maybe, make it into the playoffs.
Yeah, and this is their one chance to do that, right? If they don't win this upcoming match against the Homeboys, our defending champions here at MPL MY, it's gonna be really difficult for them, because at that point, the game is pretty much out of their hands. The point system is working against them, and they're gonna only hope that some of the other teams do worse than them this week.
Yeah, and speaking of a little bit of a fun fact here, is that if you guys are big fans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, guess what? You can secure lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games with Hotlink. And also, when it comes to all these in-game items as well, you are looking for your brand new skins. And speaking of skins, to be honest, I'm really liking the KOF editions more. I don't know about you.
They've got a lot of good options here. KOF is definitely the most popular one as of right now. I'm seeing all my friends roll it, so hop on board with Hotlink. Keep in mind, 20% off Mobile Legends in-game items. You can score all those amazing MLBB in-game items only with Hotlink and nobody else. So scan that QR code, get yourself ahead of the game.
Yep, and of course, really not the Infernal Wormlord. You're not a big fan of the Moscow?
Well, mainly because I can't get the gold ID tag anymore. And before this, I was like, it's not that big of a deal. And now that it's already passed, I do kind of regret it.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. But speaking of the match here, now, coming to Homeboys as well, I've seen a little bit of snippets as well. We've been raving about how Zorn's chip has been the most iconic hero introduction for all MPL regions, right? He made it work so well, and now it's gotten a stage where when you face against Homeboys, you gotta ban it. But at the same time, I heard they actually let it through, so that's something that I'm very surprised about it. But before we talk a little bit more into that, let's talk a little bit more on what's gonna be the cats out of the bag, because in this case, it is gonna be an uphill battle for the Niners. They've got 9 lives and they've got 3 more lives to go. And the 3 lives, the 3 matches they have to go for is going to be against the top 3, which is Homeboys, Todak, and King Empire. What are your thoughts on this?
I think it's definitely possible, right? It's going to be more difficult for Homeboys as well as Todak. It feels like King Empire, there is a formula around their madness, at the very least counterplay from the drafting phase before they even get into the game. However, Todak and as well as Homeboys is a bit of a difficult challenge, both of which teams have started to warm up over the regular season, and from here on out, they seem to be coming to form to add that little bit of polish towards the end of their games. Niners, if they are going to make a breakout performance, it has to start today, and it has to be against the Homeboys, which I would say is a considerable challenge in comparison to Todak as of right now.
Yeah, it is going to be a decision whether or not if they go for the dream run, 2-0s all the way, making it to the playoffs, or fighting for their lives to make it in towards surviving for the next season. However, there is going to be a little bit of content for you guys, and that is going to be the inside info between the mid lagers. Let's take a look.
Kita nak buat satu dream mid laner. Pilih 3 nama untuk 3 kategori ni. Positioning, ganking and securing lord. Bagi Zaim untuk positioning, Zaim nak pilih siapa?
Saya pilih Stormy.
Mun pilih, saya akan bagi kepada Zaim Sempoi.
Zaim lah, sebab saya idolakan dia lah. Itu je.
Stormy lah.
Positioning, I will go to Zaim. If you can see, his death tak banyak sangat.
Positioning, aku nak ambil satu player. Dia main cukup lama dari Homeboys, Udil.
Ganking maybe I will choose Strikers.
Memang Stormy, sebab dia connection dengan team memang power lah.
Mun pilih Zaim lah.
Saya akan letak Udil. Because his ganking is quite good also.
Aku suka sama permainan ada di Onyx, dia cukup terkenal juga waktu season 3. Ya, Udil.
Securing lot dengan turtle, saya akan pilih Stormy.
Objektif ni agak susah, Kak.
Udil also sebab dia banyak KS the Lord and turtle also, right? Yeah.
Kalau yang tu maybe Udil. Tim dia punya setup Lord pun nice dan dia punya follow up pun nice.
Mun pilih Udil. Diorang punya komposisi team fight tu kuat lah.
Ada satu favorite yang aku suka. Dia sempat treble winner juga, ya, Udil.
Man, all three, from the positioning of ganking, from positioning in the map to securing objectives, it's Udil all the way. And amongst popular opinion, even amongst some of our local talents, they think Udil is good in different areas.
You know, I can kind of gauge as well where the benchmark is for each individual players, right? Like a lot of them are hearing like Zaim, Sempoi, Stormy, as well as Udil. Personally, I feel like based on the rankings itself, Zaim Sempoi is the guy that you kind of want to be when it comes to positioning. When it comes to positioning is going to be Stormy, ganking is going to be Zaim Sempoi, and then objectives is going to be Udil. So, speaking of Udil, he is going to be making an appearance right now. We are going to be starting things off from the side of Homeboys. We have Udil, Sapat, Nets, Chibi, and Zorn for this roster. What do you think?
I mean, it's one hell of a lineup, right? They continue to get better every single day. They continue to develop their own style of gameplay, and more importantly, making sure that they are true to their identity, right? I feel like this team has grown a very long way, especially for the local players, Sapat and as well as Chibi. They've kind of found their own groove as of yet, but I do think that Sapat is the big question mark here that maybe even the Niners could exploit. He's been playing Barat for a number of weeks, and we'll see whether or not he's going to have what it takes. If he gets targeted in the bans to face off against Year 3, who is known, he is good at winning his lanes, but may not necessarily be as great with the rest of the team.
Yeah, and of course, from the side of Niners here, we have Moonji, Ye3, Zafs, Max, as well as Barbosa. As Rose did mention as well, this is going to be a small reunion with the boys here, with Barbosa as well as Coach Antagonist on the sides here, going to be facing off against each other. And again, this is going to be clutch time for Niners, right? We talk about pin servers for Niners. They were able to swap in Max coming in at the last minute here with Barbosa. Hopefully things are going to be for the better. We saw a little bit of glimmer of hope last week, but again, the obstacle seems to be a little bit high here as the hills seems to be a little bit steep. But of course, the fans here, you can see, you know, even though it is a Friday, we have a near full house from the Homeboy side as well as the Niners to watch their match here. But before we talk about that, let's talk about another mid laner, which we didn't really get a lot of mention here, the King of Mage. This is going to be a little bit of a inside info coming in from the Niners on telling us what's happening behind the scenes. But it seems like based on their screams, they have been performing a little bit better and they are looking a little bit more positive towards each other and disciplined as well as committed. So with that being said, could this be the comeback for Niners?
I feel like there's a possibility. We won't know until we see them get into the game, and Homeboys has to litmus test them, right? They have to really push their limits here, and we'll see whether the Niners have grown from where they used to be. Hey, is that all with his child and with the Niners jersey as well?
Oh, that's so cute. You know, sometimes, right, if you want to be better, you gotta start young. And in this case, they are pretty much, well, 4 Owl. But of course, here is gonna be the best majors here. Maybe it's a sign that it is an indicator to train to be the best mid laners, right? In this case, Udil Moonji, no stranger to the MPL scene. What do you think of this stats? It seems like Moonji is winning on the average DPM and kill participation division, but KDA-wise, Udil skyrockets that.
I think average KDA, based on the number of games Homeboys have been won in dominating fashion, definitely boosts up his stats. But keep in mind that Moonji, a large majority of his data is playing on Novaria, which is known to have damage per minute averages through the roof, and as well as a lot of kill participations because of her long range, right? So keep that in mind, that the data is slightly skewed in Moon's favor. But overall, I think that KDA is going to make the difference here, considering that Udil's pool, if you compare it to Moon's thus far, seems to be a lot bigger. But let's get into the drafting phase to see what our men are going to be equipped with for this game. Homeboy is going to be first pick on blue side up against the Niners on red side.
Speaking of drafts here, does Niner want to respect the chips? Because that's something that I think Homeboys isn't too worried about it here. Even if they pick her now, okay, never mind, it's gone. Like, I was hoping a little bit too much here, having my expectations a little bit higher for this.
Well, it's a little tough, right? Because not only do Homeboys know how to utilize chip, but they also know how to play against the chip, which we saw last week. And I think the Niners, it's not worth the time. We're on red side anyways. It's not like we have that first pick. Might as well get rid of it while we still can. I think it's interesting, though, that Homeboys are giving respect to this Angela. Last time, for a lot of teams, the Angela wasn't even bothered to be banned. But specifically against the Niners, Barbosa, he's pretty good with these enchanter styles. Let's see whether that's going to be the play for Niners.
Seems like Roger has been banned from the side of Homeboys. The only another popular gold laner has been recently buffed up is pretty much the Harif. So I wouldn't be surprised if Niners decides to ban it off. But if they do so, means that there are going to be several heroes that is going to be leaked through. In this case, I'm genuinely worried for Chibi's Nolan. Okay, Nolan's gone. Never mind. Like, Chibi, it's undeniable why you gotta ban it off here. First ever highest goal per minute achieved in all MPL this season thus far. 1,100, over 1,100 goal per minute.
Yeah, and if you compare it to some of the other regions, I think he's topping the charts here. Niners, very smart of them to ban out Harith early on, making it a little difficult for the Homeboys. Even Homeboys are like, okay, they're excited, right? They know that at the very least, Nets isn't going to guarantee a winning matchup. So they're going to pick up the Matilda here, which is great for Zorn. He's going to be able to have a lot of mobility and this time buff up that win rate from what it used to be 100%, now dropping down to 67%, but still 100% picked or banned throughout MPL MY.
I hate this position that Niners has put themselves in just because of the fact that, oh, they have no choice to match the Homeboys' tempo of banning Roger. Let's mirror this up because of the fact that now they've picked the Matilda. Do they want to pick the Barats away from Homeboys? Because we know for a fact Matilda Barats is the ultimate combo currently. But Niners, do they take it? Yes, they do. They will deny the Barats away from the Homeboys. And they pick up Munji's Novaria. That's great.
If you're going to be a little bit late, at least open up that map, reveal the locations of your opponents so that your side laners can make smarter choices. The real question here is whether or not Homeboys are opting for another marksman. I don't think they're going to show it off just yet. They probably were going to do it on the second phase when they have more information. But I'm thinking that there's a sneaking suspicion that maybe Ixia or even Natan is going to get locked in for Nets at some point of time.
I think Natan is pretty much a safe choice for them if they want to lock it down right here, right now. Niners will pretty much going to be banning it here. It is a hero where Nets was able to bring a very, very big surprising factor on its own itself. So I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to go for it, but looks like they don't really mind. They are going to go for the Frederick. Okay, they double down on Natan. Great for them. Niners, now, their big question here is, what are they going to synergize with this Barbosa, with the Barats itself? Like, once upon a time, before this season, Barbosa did prioritize playing the Rafaela a lot. Do you think Niners is going to play that right now?
I think there's
Just
no
because Max is in the pool.
I mean, yes, Max is in the pool. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I do think the extra movement speed is very useful for Barats, especially based on the information that we could see on board. But at the same time, right, how do you start affecting the backline? Are you going to play the traditional front to back, or are you going to start considering other matchups, right? At this point, now that Natan has been locked in, we've seen Zavs pick up a Ruby. We've seen Zavs actually pick up the Claude as well. But instead, Niners are going to go with the Edith for now, have a little bit more control, and maybe help out with that mid lane to get priority.
Something is up coming from Niners. Like, based on what I'm seeing here, like, they could possibly flex this Barats in the side lanes and then put Max on an assassin. We've raved on about how assassins might make an appearance into this current meta. And to be honest, we haven't seen it in last week, but in my personal ranked games, I've seen a couple of good Hayabusas, which are really, really annoying in the current meta right now.
I mean, they're annoying, but they're not playing in a professional scene where everybody is on comms. Everybody is looking to deny you your purple buff super early on. And yes, there has been changes to make that a little easier for energy-based assassins, but let's see. We do see the Valentina get banned out here, because the next concern that I have in the second ban phase is the fact that if Niners have already locked in that Novaria, Farmus is wide out in the open.
Yeah.
And I think that's something that Niners are going to clamp down on.
Yeah, they definitely have to as well. Force Udil to play something else, like a Lilia or maybe even a Lunox to a certain degree, which again, I don't think is that much of an issue for Udil's hero pool, right? Again, you know, the problems that Homeboys will be facing is that how are they going to do with Barats, who's a very, very annoying tanky hero. Like, before level 15, he is pretty much unkillable unless you have some sort of way to deal with it. Maybe true damage, maybe a damage percentage to a certain degree. But you know what's actually something that completely slipped my mind? What happened to Marsha? Like, why is everyone ignoring Marsha this game?
Mainly because their marksmen haven't been picked here, and I think Homeboys might actually be setting up for a Marsha EXP for sub-buy, but if that's why they're banning out the Moskov, I would only assume, right? Because it feels like, you know, Moskov is one of those bans that you leave against Lollyels from RSGMY. That's one of his, you know, top pocket picks here. For Zavs, on the other hand, usually it's Claude, so I'm surprised.
Yeah.
This is the only other explanation that I have for banning out Moskov this early on with basically no information.
I think he is going to lean on the Claude a little bit more. Like, it's a comfort pick coming from Niners. Like, but I feel like if he... Okay, Framis, pretty clear cut. You know, no-brainer. Udil has played a monstrous performance for it here. But I'm really surprised by this Matilda because of the fact that I rarely see Zorn play Matilda, just because he's been known to be up in your face, right? Like, Matilda is not the kind of hero where it's going to be up your face. You can be annoying, but you're not in people's face. Which is out of Zorn's usual comfort style.
Well, I mean, as long as it gets the job done, right? Zorn can find anything, put it in his hands, and he'll figure out a way to get under your skin. That's his main goal at the end of the day, right? Search for information, relay it back to the team. We see the Claude get banned out for the side of Homeboy, so again, still focusing down on that gold lane.
It feels like Zavs might be forced to play the Brody this time. Like, maybe just because of a little bit of mobility, it was kind of kite the Matilda. But again,
I don't think it's that bad. I do think that the Ixia is actually not bad in this particular situation. The only problem with the Ixia is that it's very easily ganked by, well, assuming that the EXP is going to be very dive-centric, Lapu Lapu, Yuzong, so on and so forth. Even the Matilda can actually supplement things like Paquito to get in on those fights to make sure that the full barrage doesn't go off smoothly. I think Niners have plenty of enablers, right? They've got stuns, they've got knockups, they even have suppression with the Barats as well. That's once you get licked into him, but I think that CC here, all right, blind pick CC just to make sure Homeboys has to reveal their entire composition before they make that choice. Not that bad. I like where Antagonist's head is at right now.
Why? Just because I've seen so much CC, and it doesn't have a good impression for me because of the fact that there has been a lot of teams kind of putting CC on the gold lane. I don't think this is going to happen for Niners, because if they do that, it is going to be pretty much a no-brainer for them to not be able to deal with Natan at all. But again, if they put in XP, again, they are just hiding for the fact that Zavs may be playing something else. But again, what other gold laners that are good right now, which I don't think Homeboys, it's a big threat. It's more up to them to decide, hey, you know what? Let's give Sapat Masha, you know, just to deal with the Barats if they want. But they bring in the low E as well as the Sabakito. Okay, completely slipped my mind.
I respect that. I think Niners can go for Melissa if they want to. They can go for Ixia if they want to as well, both of which is good. Instead, they go
Whoa!
for Danger. Instead, it looks like they're going to be playing CC in the gold lane.
Yeah, apparently so. It is going to be a Granger and jungle. All right.
Yeah.
I was expecting maybe a Granger gold lane, but I can see it. I kind of like the adaptations coming from Niners.
It's kind of interesting, right? Because now they've got like a really solid front line. They have a gold laner that essentially needs to just survive for the most part of it and trade out heavily against nets. But I think it's about poking. Poking your opponent, making sure you chunk them down, because Homeboys, their mid-range combat, especially in a teamfight setting, is quite devastating.
Oh boy, this is going to be an exciting match as well, as Niners will be fighting to survive while Homeboys is looking to dominate the first match of Week 5 to kick things off here at MPSHJ. For MPL, we have Homeboys versus the Niners!
Let's jump right into it. Let's see why the junglers are going to start. This game is going to be heavily dependent on the EXP laners for at least the first 8 minutes of the match. Barats is expected to move first, but you never know. With Sapakito, especially if he takes Flicker, yup. Full lethal ignition as well as a Flicker. He's going to be diving into that backline. Max, he's got to be pixel perfect on his movement.
Well, interesting enough, Homeboys will be starting off from the purple buff while Niners on the orange buff. And you can see Zorn already starting to try and delay the farms of Max, and he's doing a fantastic job. I like how Niners has just said, you know what, let's let him live. We are going to prioritize on objectives right now, but because of that small interactions, look at this, another engagement pressure coming from Homeboys.
Yep, this is what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, 3, he needs to manage this lane especially well. Keep his stacks up as high as he can. Always push that wave out. He cannot let Sapat leave this lane for free. Udil, he's got a lot of work ahead of him on this Lo Yi, right? Munji, he's going to try and clear this lane, and Barbosa is going to supplement it, but Barbosa also has to worry about Max.
Oh boy, this is tough. Like, Barbosa is in a situation where he needs to start a fight, but how can he start a fight? Like, if Zorn doesn't get caught out, it's going to be in a little bit of trouble. Like, take a look at this. We've got triple purifies on Homeboys, and anyone from Barbosa engages pretty much gets nullified instantly.
Yeah, no, it does, right? That's the thing. They have to blow out resources from their opponents first before they consider anything. So it's up to the Niners to be a little bit more proactive. They've got the range to do so. Looking at the emblems as well, looks like even for Zabs going for the Master Assassin, he is willing to trade heavily against Nets left on that island. Yeah, you can see he's already winning out on this lane, making it difficult for Nets.
Yeah, it is very, very hard here. But Zabs, he's doing a fantastic job though. Like, he's able to get early gold platings here. This is the dream CC gold lane for the early engagements, and this is actually looking good for him. But again, if he is in the lead, can he somehow find a way to kind of carry forward into the middle of the later stage of the game? Because he needs to find a way to snowball against Homeboys. Wow, this is happening as well. Chibi securing the turtle here, and that's going to be an easy one. No contest coming from Niners.
When you have double fighters in the side lanes, you're all dependent on your damage dealer, and that's going to be Max, right? They're not contesting for the very first turtle of the game. They're just power farming Max to be able to kind of find some kills towards these side lanes, and so far, it's under control for the gold. EXP side hasn't been able to participate too much here, so good decision by the Niners to just let go of the first neutral objective. It's better to just get more farm from your laners to scale faster rather than trade 1-for-1 against the Homeboys this early on.
Yeah, and now speaking of trading here, Niners, they've got this Barats, but at the same time, what can Ye3 do, right? He's not playing the jungle role here. He doesn't have the stacks. You can see he is starting to get a little bit small. Homeboys is going to try and make an attempt on this fight. Circling Eagle comes in, only connects one. But Barats from Ye3 connects on 2. He's going to pin Chibi on the wall, but he will be able to trade 2 from the side of Niners. Ye3 taking out Zorn as well as Supan. A big catch coming from Niners.
A beautiful play, in a matter of fact, here. Oh, wait, Chibi, he's dead, right? Retribution,
Chibi.
Flicker.
Oh, no, he's going to get caught out. No way out. Niners manages to get the punish here. Mistakes were made, and Niners capitalize.
Now, Niners have the momentum on their side, right? Shifting the tables against the Homeboys. That's going to at least get Max in a position where he can go even against Chibi despite losing out on that first turtle. So this is huge for the Niners, right? With that being said, Ye3, he's losing out this lane to Sapat, which is totally fine because now they're going to be playing on the opposite side with Zabs on the CC, and this allows Ye3 to be able to start considering options like proxying waves against Sabakito.
Yeah, but as of yet, Homeboys, they have finally realized that taking down Ye3 takes a lot of commitment, right? And we could see in the previous engagement as well, they had to throw everything just to get a kill. And was that actually worth it? Because somehow, Niners were just able to just chunk through Homeboys' HP. So as of yet, them playing safe is the smart call, but again, despite all that, the economy swing is not that big of a difference here coming from Niners and Homeboys. It's crazy.
Homeboys, they need some time to actually scale, but these neutral objectives is where it gets really, really scary. I don't think Niners want to participate, but let's see.
Yep, Echo comes in, scouts out Zorn. They are going to try and split the fight. Subpot forced to go in for the back lines, but now here he comes. Total contest comes in. Homeboy still comes up on top. They take down Barbosa. Ye3 slams Chibi on the wall, but he gets bursted down as the rest of the Niners unable to follow up with that fight.
Fortunately, a majority of their damage is skill shot based. Somebody can block it, and that's what Homeboys are doing. Whoever is low, they have to start high behinding their teammates to ensure that they don't give the trade back. Now, Homeboys developing a 1,000 gold lead feels like a good idea, but how else are they going to develop it? Because now, I don't see them actually finding opportunities to gank lanes, or more importantly, so to invade the jungle, which is what this Fredrin is supposed to be doing against Granger.
Oh boy, here comes Lo Yi as well from the back line. Zabs has got the vengeance, but it's not going to do him any good. The rest of Homeboys immediately just clobber him, and Niners does not have the resources to actually contest that.
Yep, good decision by the Homeboys, right? Making sure that their tempo plays, ensure that they can take a tier 1 on the top side of the map. And this means there should be a lane swap happening, that should be happening in a little bit. Chibi actually going for a brute force breastplate as his first item after the Molten Core.
Huh, that's a pretty interesting build up here, but it does give you a little bit of a mix of both Furos, magic defense as well as physical defense rather early. But again, he is looking for mobility, I guess. But for now, Niners, what's the comeback play right here? Because like you said as well, skill shot base means that they all have to hit those shots. And if Max doesn't hit those shots, things aren't looking good. Where's the damage going to come from Niners?
Well, a lot of it comes down to poking, right? With Moonjin as well as Ye3, they can kind of just like kick back, relax, wait for opportunities, build up that stacks, hold that front line for as long as possible for Ye3. Just hold it, right? There's no reason to really get involved in these fights just yet. And now that he's chunked out, this might force him to go for a recall, and especially since Nets is on the bottom side. I don't see any turret trades from the Niners just yet. They're still holding strong with a majority of their tier 1 still available for the Homeboys.
Well, we just had a lane swap as well. Like a little bit of damage check coming from Sapat as well as Zabs. Sapat wins that, and Nets going up against Ye3, Nets wins that. So Niners is in a situation where they may be needing to take a little bit more of caution here unless Barbosa gets the perfect catch. Echo comes in, connects on the back lines. He is going to try and connect with Chibi. Chibi gets chains down all the way through. He gets pinned, but again, the damage is just not there, and Homeboys picks them apart before they can actually chain the follow-up. And Niners now losing 3 right off the bat. Homeboy still survives. Oh boy, not looking good for the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, this composition can kite for days. Unfortunately, Homeboys are not giving them that opportunity at all, right? Their front line is still able to hold. They're winning out on their retry battles thanks to Chibi, and it helps that Sapat is threatening that back line, right? Making Niners a little hesitant to go all in for this kill, especially for a turtle, which isn't their biggest concern. 3K ahead is good for the side of the Homeboys, but not enough to guarantee them a victory just yet.
Yeah, on top of it all, Niners' composition needs to group up together, and guess what's good when it comes to grouping up? Udil on this Lo Yi is going to try and burst them down, but in which here they are going to try and steal the purple bomb. Oh no, wait, the damage from Udil. Oh, that's scary, but somebody interjects from the sides, tags him away, goes for the alley-oop, almost gets out as well from Zorn's safety net. But still, they'll trade 1 for 1. But again, Homeboys, they are out of this world right now.
Yep, they're winning 4v5, man. That's how crazy they are. And I think they have to respect that. Niners, unfortunately, can't really do much about the situation at all. Udil is just a really big deterrent, but I think Niners need to consider where they actually take these fights. They can't be taking these fights in these tight corners, in these big choke points against the Homeboys. If they line up nicely, Nets is going to have triple X, 5X the damage being pumped out of him. And let's not forget about Udil as well.
Oh boy, speaking of damage here, let's take a look at the gold difference right now. Udil is so far ahead against Moonji here, and Udil is at a stage where I'm just strong right now. If you group up as 5, boom, you are gonna die. In this case, Niners' composition do they have those split push capabilities? Because from what I'm seeing, it's difficult.
They
It's
really
difficult.
don't. No, they really don't have any split push capabilities, right? It's too... Their laners are too weak. There's not enough of a snowball on Max to really justify him going out by himself to make this happen. He's losing out on his purple, so his orange buff as well. His purple coming up in about 10 seconds or so, but he's still keeping even against Chibi, right? Level 12 to level 12.
Yeah, but now Yedri, he doesn't have the stacks here. Niners has to be careful when they choose to fight. So Chibi already preemptively starting to fight. Can he build the stacks? No, double taunt comes in. They're all grouped up. Here comes a Dream-Man circling Eagle. Wow. They drop them all down. Udil checks them down low, but they don't have the finisher. They've only got Munji. And Homeboys, do they want to go for more? They're trying to threat the Max, but again, they just can't do anything about this fight at all.
It's tough. It's really, really tough. And you can see that Max doesn't even want to use his Retribution against someone like Zorn to try and secure the kill because it's just not worth their time. He also has that Purify as well to be able to kind of pull them out of these tight situations, cleanse that slow. But man, what a play, right? I mean, Homeboys, they're adding another layer to their team fight where you think, hey, where exactly is Subbat? And the diversion is sending him into the back lines to find targets like Munji.
It's crazy, right? Considering the fact that how Udil and Sabat have been playing. But again, you know, they haven't gotten to a stage where they need to use it every single time. But personally, I feel like the biggest threat that Niners are facing right now is that they don't get those individual pickoffs at all. And even if they do, it just takes too long to come up online. I mean, compared to like a Kaja ult.
I mean, the way that Niners are going to win this is if Homeboys feel extra confident and start overextending, right? That's the biggest problem. If Niners kite backwards, there's not a lot that Homeboys really can do except maybe commit Zorn and then find Chibi or Sup on an angle. But hold on. Oh my! This might be an overextension if this drags out for too long.
Oh no, Chibi. Give that man a break, man. Like, Chibi is just pressuring the jungles 24/7. No buffs for Max means that Niners, again, gonna be forced to play from behind. 7k lead from Homeboys. Chibi looking for the taunt. Barbosa does not have his stun here. Zavs goes in forward, tries to pick a fight, and Sabat says, hello, Zavs. You are gonna back off, and bye-bye.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Yethri, I don't know. Maybe his emblem setup wasn't exactly the best mix here, right? Going for the Concussive Blast tells you that you want to get priority over the lane, and Sapat took full advantage of that, right? Building full damage, making sure that it's difficult.
Oh no. Oh no. It was a T last week. Now it's an X. Who are they calling out this time? Is it Zaps?
Maybe. It could be Zabs here. Or they just know that there's no way that Niners are going to be coming back from the 7.5k lead that they developed. Like, look at Nets, right? He's almost completed his full build. He's already got his 3 core items, and at this point, everything else is just extra.
Speaking of extra here, what does Zabs do? Because he's gotten a rather early Radiant Armor just because of the fact that he is facing off against Nets. But I don't think that Radiant Armor is going to keep him alive against Sabat, who's currently just able to just 2-punch him with leaving him with like about 10% health or maybe even 20%.
I don't know. I think the worst part is they don't exactly have anti-heal at the same time, right? Without anti-heal, it's going to be tough to take down some of the stronger members or make sure that the damage that they apply sticks, because Zorn is keeping them topped up as much as they can with the guiding wind, right? You can see him. Oh, Udil back up to 75% of his HP. Totally fine with that. Next time he does it, he'll be back up to 90% of his HP. Yeah. So Niners, they can't make the damage stick, unfortunately. And I think Zabs is actually going for a C Halberd just to ensure that maybe some of it applies, but that can only apply to maybe 1, I would argue 2 people if you include the ult.
Yeah, Barbosa looking for the cash side part with the sidestep, and again, no buffs for Max. But again, from the side Niners here, I like Munji's idea where he's trying to chunk down Udil's health before the fight actually begins and then force something here. As long as Udi is not around, they are able to commit to the fight because of those conversions, right? But I don't know, it feels like it is going to be difficult. Like you said as well, Zorn's heals just keeps them topped up, and there's nothing much Niners can actually find in terms of cracks here to actually break through the defense. And now, with the Lord in the hands of Homeboys, not looking good for the Niners here.
Winter Truncheon Purchase coming in from Zorn, and now it's just going to be a slow and painful death for the side of the Niners. Homeboys, they're going to sync up these waves. They're guaranteed to get at least one of these inhibitors with their 9k gold lead, right? This is the perfect situation for the Homeboys where they're all hitting their power spikes at the same time in comparison to the Niners who are, you know, fumbling around and trying to at least complete their first items.
Oh boy, tough match indeed. Seeing Yetri now, who's currently, what, level 12? Baratz's timings way off the mark. Homeboys will be able to capitalize on this as well. Nets is already level 15. This dinosaur is not gonna matter at this stage. And all Homeboys has got to do right now is just take it safe, play it safe. Oh my god, Udil. Oh, that is some damage.
Well, it hurts, but look at this.
Okay, circling Eagle comes in. They are going to try and force a fight against the entry. Not going to happen here. Lord still pressuring towards the inhibitors. The Crystal's exposed as well. Subpa trying to delay a bit of time here, but they do get another inhibitor from the side of Homeboys. Barbosa is going to get caught out. Can he flicker out? Yes, he will. They hold on with the Crystal. The Lord is down, but all the inhibitors will fall for now as Homeboys still waiting for the right moment here. But Udil looking for the catch. The entry forces the Todas Welcome defensively, gets the reset, but again, they're just juggling with the health. They're trying to keep the Crystals exposed as Homeboys is just toying with them right now. They're not even committing, but again, here comes the dive. GB looking for the taunt. Can they focus on the Crystal? No, they don't care about the Crystal. They just want to wipe the floor. They get two. Zafs is going to be next. Zorn still taunting their way through. They're looking for the finish, but eventually they cannot go for more as the Crystal is down and Homeboys takes a very convincing Game 1 against the Niners.
A very clean game for the side of the Homeboys. Nothing less but expected from our defending champions. They played it well. Their draft designed around team fighting and making sure that these tiny choke points and corridors are difficult for the Niners to pick a fight. I was hoping for these inmates to happen, but they decided to do it in the second half of this game, so well done to the Homeboys. They're aware, they're spicy, and more importantly, they're extremely prepared.
Yeah, they definitely have been prepared as well. Even in the draft, they just look so good. This Loi pick from the side of Homeboys just proved to be a very, very big problem for the Niners here. Oh boy.
Yeah, it's starting to look like a classic for Udil, right? He's super comfortable on the hero. He's making sure that he's looking for his splash damage to apply the most amount of marks on his opponents, rather than just hitting the front line and walking up too close to the fire, right? I think that's what Ye3 was hoping for, that maybe Udil was going to disrespect the space, maybe walk up a little further than he should just to apply the mark to that front line. But instead, Udil just took his time, worked with Sabat to create a completely new threat in the backline with a diversion before he starts taking the space.
Yeah, it's crazy considering the fact that the amount of layers and versatility that Homeboys can play in this match because of how they've been communicating and the tools that they're given is just so much. Whereas for Niners, it seems very difficult. Like even in the pre fight as well, I think, well, before we talk about that here, I think we have time during the replay. I want to see who the MVP for that match here. MVP from the side of Homeboys is going to be none other than Sapat on his Paquito, the legendary Sapakito himself.
Oh, they even have merch saying that they want to go to the next Worlds here, to the next M6, to the next MSC International World Tournament. Well, good luck to them on their journey, because a lot of eyes are going to be kept around Sapat, and I think he's done a very good job exploiting just the smallest of things. Oh, you took Concussive Blast? Perfect. That means you cannot effectively trade against me, especially with Lethal Ignition, and it's just one good trade. That's all I need to put you behind. And when he found that level lead, it was impossible for Ye3 to come back.
Yeah, and on top of it all, he just went full damage all the way through, right? Like, this is not the Paquito where we're going to see a little bit more of hybrid, but considering the amount of lead that Sapat has, his job was one thing: one-shot anybody he sees. In this case, every time Zafs shows himself, boom, gets punched. Every time Granger comes in, boom, gets punched. And there's nothing much they can do. And we talk about healing as well. Again, where's the healing coming from? Because from Homeboys, they've got Zorn, but Niners, who? Who can heal? No one.
Yeah, they can't really sustain. They only have one applier of anti-heal, and not exactly the best applier at the same time, right? I would say that even Barbosa, most people just avoid making contact with him, like Nets especially. You can notice him trying not to hit Barbosa and trying to look for bigger targets. If he does hit Barbosa, usually it's only because he's throwing out his first skill, and he would rather hit multiple people that rely on his auto attacks and put himself in danger.
Yeah, this was tough. Like, that one fight where Niners was able to utilize Barbosa's strength was that he started out with the setup and then chained it with Ye3's Daytona's Welcome. And even then, that two interactions takes about, what, 5 to 6 seconds to kind of enable for that fight. And in that 5 to 6 seconds, Homeboys was just able to clean out everyone before the combo actually finished. And that's something that I think Homeboys was just aware of. And to top it off, you've got 3 Purifies. how does Barbosa play the game?
Yeah, he does. I mean, his job was to break purifies, right? That's his entire job. Even year 3, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to force out these important resources off of the homeboys so that maybe somebody else on the back end does have a chance. If Zabs is able to drop his ult onto 2 main targets with purifies, and if somebody does use a purify, that's already a win for the Niners, right? I think that the homeboys weren't really challenged in that department. We didn't see that many lane ganks actually coming out from Max's side. We saw them playing on the opposite side of the map, but not really pressing the lead that they develop onto Max early on. I think every time that Death Sonata is off of cooldown, he should be utilizing it, looking to actually skew the lanes in his favor. It's not like Zab did bad in his lane. He was winning out in that lane against Nets before the items started to roll through. And once Nets was unlocked after a singular lane gank, which I was hoping that Niners would perform, then that's when Homeboys gets to run around the map for free, rampant, unchecked, and uncontrolled.
Yeah, I think Chibi's first dev was something that Niners were a little bit happy as well, just because of the fact that they had somewhat of a comeback mechanic. But after Chibi was able to out-tank all the damage output, it was just very, very difficult to do so. And let's take a look at the damage output here. I was expecting more coming from Udil, but Nets is able to top Udil's damage with 52,000 and 48,000 here. So Nets has been doing a lot of work here with those entrophies.
I mean, it just goes to show what Niners are most worried about. They're more worried about clumping together and giving Udil a really good yin-yang reaction, rather than remembering what Nets did at a base defense a long, long time ago. True. I just want to point that out. He has the mechanics to do these things, and especially with Natam, where he has scaled super quick into this game, right? I mean, look at the total damage by Eldel. The fact that he is pumping out at least 25, if not more, more in terms of damage overall compared to the rest of his counterparts. I think the Niners had more problems to deal with than just Udil.
Yeah, now that you mention it as well here, if Niners were to clump up, right? Nets does have this capability to do like one single attack equals to 5 hits, right? Just because of the fact that it kind of goes forward and bounces back. And it was an AoE basic attack. It's kind of like a broken version of the Moskov, but again, you know, Nets just pulls it off. And I think now it makes sense why Zaf decided to go for the Radiant Armor. But again, just not going to be able to out-sustain this year. You've got to pick your poison. Zaf, he chose against Nets, but just could not deal with Sapat. In this case, you can see Sapat has been taking so much damage here. And despite all that, how is he able to tank so much damage with full damage items?
Well, I mean, you know that heavy left hand, right?
Oh,
especially
right.
in champion stance. Yeah, and plus he's been actively trading against Year 3 in the lane as well. Most of his attempts comes through, you know, coming in from the flank with the diversion to start taking out people like Bunji, really threaten the positioning of Max and forcing him in a more horizontal plane of field rather than vertical. And then when we look at the total healing, obviously it's got to go down to Zorn topping up the rest of the team. There's nothing much that can really be said about this game, right? But this does confirm a couple of my suspicions. Number one, I think that Niners, especially on these snowball-heavy type compositions, it's just not good enough anymore, right? Unless Barbosa is able to play a more proactive support, right? I would say even a Kufra, a little bit more all in on these engages. At least look to trade early on, 1-for-1, 2-for-1s even. I think that's what Niners need to lead into if they want to play a snowball-heavy composition, because unfortunately, the amount of consistent damage that they pump out towards the later stages of the game really costs them, right? Like Homeboys, yes, this is also a snowball type of composition, but at least their scaling is unquestionably good.
Yeah, and every single time Moonji tries to make this kind of plays as well, Zorn is just, again, there, topping out Udil's health. Like, it feels like Niners, whatever angle they tried, just didn't work out based on the tools they were given, right? Like, in terms of fancy wombo combos, it looks good, but it feels like Zafs is put in a spot where he's forced to play the CC gold lane, and it just doesn't work out. And I think when it comes to this fight as well, like, this was a perfect moment for Niners, right? Like, Max got a full Death Sonata, 2-man, easy damage. You know, 2 can play the same game for Niners, but ever since that fight, Homeboys has been taking fights separately rather than just clumping up as 5.
Well, yeah, I mean, just look at the shape of the fight, right? Homeboys, they first send Chibi out, and then the back line starts overlapping their front line just to make sure that Chibi has some form of coverage until he scales up into the game. Once he's scaled up, I don't think Max really can do anything until he gets a Malefic Roar. And by the time he got the Malefic Roar, it's way too late. There's way too many things that he has to worry about. The fact that Chibi already has the Oracle and Zorn having favor inbuilt into him naturally to keep himself topped up, whether it be the heals or shields, it's just too big to deal with, right? Being able to push much in and out of this fight, they are unable to punish non-Purify users. And that's the difficult part, right? That's why Matilda was so good in these types of situations to allow the push and pull to work out very well for the Homeboys.
Yeah, it was a very, very good distraction as well. Like, sometimes it does messes with your usual assisted target lock as well. Like, sometimes your spells just get completely derived on if you do not drag it off, right? So you go for a quick tap, sometimes it hits the Matilda mid-air and you may completely miss the mark. And I feel like, again, small, very, very, very small nerd details, but for me, I feel like the drafts just didn't work for Niners completely. Like, they just didn't know what they were doing. And for me, getting the Cersei goal lane was just a big question mark.
Well, I mean, considering that, you know, this is one of the few times we see Nets actually lose in the lane, it's not that bad, right? It's not the worst in the world. I mean, obviously, he's not like hard losing the lane, but at the very least, it's like a little uncomfortable for him. He has to forcefully recall at awkward times, misses out a little bit of gold at EXP here and there, which in most gold laners' mind is a big +1 when it is prior to 4 minutes. Overall, I think my biggest problem is that if they're going to play a snowball composition, they have to be proactive on the map. Even if they're giving up these neutral objectives, they should be taking turrets, farming gold plating. There's so many things that they could be farming for, but Max is more happy to just kind of sit around in his jungle.
Yeah, but speaking of drafts here, I feel like game 2, Niners, they have to rethink their strategy. Because do you think Matilda was the biggest threat? I think Matilda was extremely annoying.
I think Matilda made it such that the Niners couldn't punish the right members, right? Let's say Matilda was switched out for something like a Kufra, maybe even a Cho, the classic Zorn sort of options. Those hard engages means that he will jump forward, tank as much damage as possible, then the rest of the front line, which is going to be Chibi, which is going to be Subba, looking for those flanks, to walk up and cover him afterwards. There's not a lot of disengage mechanics for these types of heroes, right? So with the Matilda, at least they have that push and pull. Something, well, unfortunately, in the case of the Niners, all they can do is kite backwards rather than continuously move forwards. And the only way they can move forwards is if they have like a 6k gold lead.
Yeah, and speaking of 6k gold lead here, Niners, they may consider switching up the drafts just because of the fact that, you know, not giving away Nets' Harif may be a big problem, but again, Nets' hero pool has proven to be a force to be reckoned with, right? He's made a name here in MPL My with his Natan, he's made a name with his Harif, he's made a name with his Roger. Okay, Roger maybe leaning on the innocent sides, but again, he's still a very, very stable gold laner. It's something that I think they may need to switch with their initial drafts and just focus on just standard S-tier bans.
I mean, if we're thinking about S-tier bans, definitely Chip and Matilda are going to come to mind. The Masha is also something that you have to worry about. Really, it's pick your poison, right, in these drafting phases, especially after the new patch. But let's look at the MPL My Insider. We talked to Pops. We were asking her why did Chip let Todak pick Chip. Of all things, the S-tier pick that every other region was like, nah, this is disgusting. And he says we gave away Chip because we were ready to fight it. You guys have to remember that we are the actual users of Chip. We know how to fight against Chip. And well said to Pops.
Yeah, it's true though. They already proven themselves previously against Todak. They just completely destroy the Chips all the way through. But again, I really want to see them fight against Niners with the Chip this time. But again, does Barbosa play it? It's going to be something as well. Because to be honest, right now, we may be seeing Niners' downfall in this game 1. But I really have a soft spot for Barbosa. Like even last week as well, when Niners kind of won their game, you can see the emotions that was running through his face, where they are trying their best, but right now, it doesn't seem like they're trying their best at all.
I mean, they are trying, don't get me wrong. I think definitely a couple of mistakes have been made in that game. I definitely think they're not as proactive as they should be. They're playing at a much slower tempo compared to the rest of the lobby here. I think that is the most evident part, right? Let's see whether they warm up in game number 2 as we jump into the drafting phase and worry about what weapons they're going to be manning in this arena. Niners going to be in the blue side. First pick up against Homeboys on the red side this time with second pick. Chip, Roger, immediately banned.
They're actually going to go for the reverse here. Blue side for Niners. I don't really like this idea that Niners is going for. They are going for a mirror ban from game number 1, but this time Matilda will be a priority for them. So if Homeboys walks into this trap, they're I don't think HOMEBOIS is that worried about this.
Well, I think that the Homeboys, at the very least, they understand that they have clearly stronger laners, right? They trust Nets on pretty much any kind of marksman up against Zabs. It doesn't matter if he has to fight a fighter or he has to deal with like a regular claw. Nets is more than happy to handle all of that. The question is, how do you arm the rest of the players for the early interactions until he gets to that point? And Niners, they're making sure that the comfort picks are out of the pool, getting rid of the Nolan, getting rid of the second most popular gold laner, one of the higher win rates, Harith, amongst all regions. And then we jump back to the Homeboys, right? They got rid of the Roger as the most dominant laner thus far, but they also get rid of the Farmist to make sure Valentina is a possibility for them leading up to this battle. So let's see what good ultimates Niners might put on the table for Udil to actually pick up or have a reason to pick up the Valentina.
Huh. Interesting. They're not worried about Matilda. They don't really care about Masha. Masha completely ignored game number 1. Niners, do they want to give it for year 3 to actually try it out? Or do they just stick with the Matilda, just denying it away from HOMEBOIS? Because I'm pretty sure Niners' brain for game 1 was like, oh, they're going to go for Matilda, we're going to deny the Barats. But this time, if they have the Matilda themselves, well, they can go for the Barats jungle. But again, this is Max we're talking about, right? He tends to lean away from the meta and rather go for a little bit more an assassin, maybe more skill-based jungler rather than the usual tank-based ones.
I think that if he wants to go for another assassin-style jungler, against Barats, it can be a little bit difficult. Maybe if he has the help of some stronger laners, that might be the way to go. I see the Yuzong get locked in. Very nice for the side of the Niners. A decent blind pick here, especially for year 3. He's pretty decent on the Yuzong. They need one more. They need something else to supplement it. Because so far, based on what we're seeing, right, if they're going for Loyi, it means that Sapat might actually get another flanker again. And if they have the Barats already, that could go into the EXP too.
I don't really like this confident pick coming from HOMEBOIS to show their Loyi rather early. Just because of the fact that I feel like HOMEBOIS is just calling out Niners that, hey, we're going to have 2 fighter side laners again. Loyi is the perfect hero to actually counter against that. And if Niners decide to double down on that, well, you're just, setting up for disaster right now for Niners.
That's a possibility, but I think that if they wanted to exploit Loyi, I think that's when the Niners get a scaling artillery mage, right? Either Yves, either Farsa, both of which really, really good. Even Lilia arguably is not that bad in these types of situations, especially since the Barats has always been shown, right? So plenty of peel, good in and outs. You take a Purify just in case you get the stun locked, and I think it should be all right.
I think Purify, just for the sake of not getting gobbled up, is pretty safe as well. If you time it correctly as well, you can just walk out the tongue itself. But HOMEBOIS, they bring it to Franco. I haven't seen this for a while.
Very, very smart. I like this a lot. Great peel, a great way to displace your opponents. Matilda, it doesn't matter if you have guiding winds, if you're going to be locked down with my suppression. Good ideas coming out from the side of the HOMEBOIS. Let's see whether they double down on just banning out mages from here on out, right? We'll see where their target bans are going to be. They've got an entire second phase to do so. They've got a mage. Niners don't have a mage. Oh, they get rid of the Leomord. What an odd ban.
Why?
Interesting. I think the Niners were planning on getting Max's scaling snowball-heavy style of jungler, right? And Leomord, especially after seeing TNZ play it during M5, there's no reason why not. If he can get a lead early, like Granger did, he might be able to actually break the stalemate.
Okay, but looks like we're not gonna see that for now. But again, Niners, they are gonna shut down Nets' gold lane for now. But HOMEBOIS jungler, do they just let Max play his Granger again? Doesn't really matter.
No, he probably shouldn't. Right? He really
don't like it though.
More so that the major problem with Granger is that once he's in a fixed direction, especially if he's like trying to rondo out of the way to make sure that he can line up, what's it called again? The Death Sonata.
Yeah.
It's in a fixed direction, right? So there's nothing much he can really do about that other than like hope and wait. And when he hopes and waits, Yuzong will be on top of him. So I would think that he would go for something else. So probably a more slippery assassin, worst comes to worst. HOMEBOIS, they ban out the Granger. I guess it's kind of annoying to deal with. All right, sure.
I don't see a point here, but based on what I'm seeing, it feels like Homeboys is just trolling the Niners right now. It's like, I don't see, like, yeah, you're saying about Tianzi, you know, we've seen it international stage, but in this current patch, I don't see a reason to actually ban these 2 heroes. Like, it feels very manageable, to be honest.
Well, I think that the Homeboys, in terms of mindset, right, Pops is probably thinking there's a good chance this Ruby goes into the gold lane, right? And Nets is going to be pissed off once again, and I have to deal with that. So it's better force Max into a tank jungler, right? Force him to play something that scales into the later stages of the game, has some early presence, and that way you don't have to worry about it that much, right? We see the carry ban from the side of the Niners, which does tell us that they might want to actually go for Fredrin here. Homeboys can deny it right off the bat, throw it into the jungle, and then give Barat over to Mr. Sapat once again.
Yeah, it is a very possible as well coming from Homeboys, but it seems like they're still discussing on what Nets is going to play. Nathan pretty much banned, Carry as well, Roger as well as Harvey gone. The usual gold laners are out of the equation. So what does Nats play? Does he play the Brody? Does he play the Claude?
So many things that he
I think if he plays the Claude, he just denies it from Zaf though.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. I think Homeboys, they should pick up the Fredrin right here, right now.
Let's see. Oh, they do go for the Claude.
They still want to hold it up. They still want to give a decent EXP. I mean, they already know that it's going to be the Yutong in the... Wait a minute. It could be Yutong being played in the gold lane for all we know. We'll see. We'll see.
Just because it's the Niners, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, that's something the Niners have been trying to like work out with the double fighter side lane sort of nonsense. And I think that Homeboys, they're pretty suspicious of it right now if they're locking in Claude instead of just going straight away for the Fredrin, right? I mean, Carry's out of the pool, so it feels like there's no reason not to.
Is it a possibility? Are we going to see Chibi's Fanny this game?
Most likely not. I think Baxia is probably more likely.
Well, they do have the flexibility though, but Niners, they are going to go for the Lilia, for Moonji. Last pick for Max. What you gonna get? What you gonna get? Come on.
Ling.
Still so.
What? Really?
Man, I'm so good.
Ling?
I'm so good. Oh my goodness. I was thinking like something that's snowball heavy, something that's probably going to be an assassin and slippery to dodge away from some of these key abilities, especially Yin Yang, that Yin Yang connection coming in from Lo Yi. Barat's with the Daytona's welcome. I mean, there's too many like as an assassin, you would hate to jump into this unless you have iframes to play with.
Oh, okay. I can see where they're going as well, but again, you know, Homeboys is known for being able to shut down purple buffs rather early because of Zorn's experience over the years. So
well, I mean, have you seen their side laners? It's Ruby and as well as Yuzong in the side lane. It doesn't matter where this purple buff is going to be or what the layout of the map is. They're definitely going to have priority, especially at level 1. Even Paquito, right? If Paquito tries and forcefully goes for level 2, he's hoping that it matches up against Ruby rather than the Yuzong because one single bad early trade could predetermine that lane.
Well, this is going to be a tough one. Like, based on what I'm seeing here so far, all in on Max once again. Game 1 with the Granger, Game 2 this time with the Link. Seems to be a tall order for Niners, but again, this is their last 3 lives. They have to go all out now.
They have to. They have no choice. Team fights are going to be extremely difficult against the Homeboys, but chasing down that backline and running with the wind, Niners have so many more tools this time to actually split push, to actually have options to create pressure and make sure that the Homeboys don't get to stick as 5 for free.
Well, we have to find out if they are going to be able to bounce back, or is this going to be a complete one-sided massacre? Stick around to find out this Week 5 first series, Game 2. This is Homeboys versus the Niners as we head into the Land of Dawn.
It's game number 2 here. Match point for the Homeboys. Niners looking to even and equalize things up with a 1-1. Purple buff start coming in from Max straight away, and on the same side of the map, GB on his orange. Both junglers going to end up on the same side of the map at the end of their rotation, but Zorn, of course, it's got to be annoying.
Oh, okay.
He's fine. At least Max tanked it.
Okay. You know, at the same time, do they force a retribution though? No, that looks like it's not going to happen. But again, Zorn, you know, we are going to see the classic usual Franco games, which we do see in ranked games so far. Just annoy the jungles. But Year 3, you know, able to bully Sapat out despite Sapat having a level lead. That is a very, very good start here for Niners.
I mean, they trade battle spells, which is what you want to do, especially since you're using Petrify from Yuzong, right? Look at the cooldowns. 57 compared to 100 seconds. that's going to be at least 50-second difference between the two. Sorry, less than that, as a matter of fact. I'm thinking otherwise. But more importantly so, because of this, MPL is going to get his Petrify up, and he might be able to contest for another fight here. Let's see if they're able to make that happen.
Yeah, top of it off as well, 40 seconds before the first total engagement, he will have the upper hand against Sapat, at least for a good 30 seconds before the fight scuffle. So they have to be very, very crucial with those timings. Nice sidestep from Barbosa. I like it. You know, he is taunting Zord, the king of taunts. Oh, not king of taunts, king of recalls of MPL MY though. But again, seems like Niners, they have a pretty good, clear game plan now. But as soon as I say this, bottom lane though, seems like Homeboys, they do really want to try and jeopardize Year 3. Very close to the 4, trying to delay it as much as they can.
I think more importantly, Homeboys doesn't want Year 3 to set up a freeze right in front of his tower, especially since that they've got a neutral objective spawning here. And look at Max, he doesn't want to participate with with it just yet. And Zorn, he kind of suspects that, right? That's why he's looking out for him. Now that he's been spotted out, level lead, Chibi, he's holding it. This is gonna get dangerous.
Yup, Year 3 immediately is forced to fight. He gets gobbled up. Couldn't even go for the Petrified combo, but Chibi dodges it mid-animation, knowing Year 3 is gonna do that. Now he needs to make a run for it. Zorn is there. He's looking for the code, and here comes the bite. It's gone. Homeboys, Chibi, what a catch!
Really nice catch, and man, Zorn is the one who ends up taking away the neutral objective. Both retributions, just not enough here. Max refusing to die.
Oh no, Max just, you know, getting his timings off completely as well. Zorn continues to annoy him. Barbosa shows himself. They're calling it back up, but again, Circling Eagle comes in. He needs to get out. He gets a 2-man knock, but oh! A big time offender from Zaps sets up the combo. Moonji takes one out, and Homeboys takes a little bit too much damage, and they back out.
What did I tell you? With double fighters side lanes, this early game can get a little bit difficult. You're expecting that, hey, Nets, you should be able to move first, but no, Zab that wave clear.
Okay,
fine, he still has his ult.
Okay, you know, it would be really sick if Sapat caught him mid-air.
I mean, he can try, but still, he has a Bladed Tempest. It really doesn't matter. Sapat is going to take a terrible trade here.
Oh no, that's a little bit too much damage here. Sapat, he's forced to recall this, but he can. Creep waves are down below. Zorn continues to annoy Max, and look at him. He's just taunting him. Use the retribution. I know you want to, and he did. Yep. Goodbye.
I mean, it doesn't matter, right? 30 seconds until the turtle spawns, 28 seconds until Retri is back up. It still follows the same tempo as Max wants. However, on the bottom side, I'm waiting for Year 3 to actually find this kill on Sapat, or at least trade Petrify for Flicker.
Oh, 2-man Circling Eagle, but again, no follow-up coming in from Zaps here. They need to find a setup, but Purify... Oh no! Barbosa a little bit late with the Purify. Gets poked in regardless anyway. Mistakes.
Too slow. I mean, the Purify ain't gonna do much once it's a very short period of time that you actually get the CC immunity, but for the time being, just well done from the Homeboys' side. Preparing it well. War Axe complete on Zobs. Really not going to matter. Not going to be able to participate for this upcoming turtle fight.
Max, he needs to go in, but nope, he doesn't have the purple buff, so that means they will back up. But again, we do see a convergence coming in.
Yep.
Oh no, they know! Homeboys, they teleported right in his face! Max had no time to react, and now they will steal it away. Moonji trying to salvage the fight. Barbosa with the Circling Eagle. Do they get Chibi? Yes, they do. They trade a jungle for a jungle, but Max, oh my god, Sword with the hooks! Oh, Homeboys out of this world!
Snowballing. They're snowballing here. Niners are not communicating with each other. Sapat as well. All three of these lanes are working out perfectly. They took an incredible trade, and now Barbosa is in a lot of trouble.
Oh, Max, he needs to get the kill. He's got the Fury, but he doesn't want to risk it just because he doesn't have the purple buff. Oh no, not looking good for the Niners once again.
Yeah, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. They ended up losing the neutral. They ended up losing the purple buff. They got divergence to pawn. Max ends up dying, allowing Chibi to actually even up the score. Zobs ends up dying, walking back to base. Even bot tier 1 ends up dying because Year 3 died in front of the purple buff. So many things could have turned into the way of the Niners, but none of them won the coin flip.
Oh, so very unlucky. And again, Homeboys continuing with the macro pressure. Sapat just shutting them down. Yetri had a fantastic lane early game, and now he's 2 levels behind Serpat. Everything could have went right for Niners are slowly crumbling as their luck is beginning to run out here for their run here in MPL. Oh boy. Now, Zorn looking for the hook. Oh, great. Purify from Barbosa. Very, very much a lot of time now, but Purple Buff, again, the priority is coming in. Barbosa circling Idol, trying to go in for the zone, but he gets caught in from the sides here. As you can see, Zavs tries to go for the I'm Offended, but they're slowly getting baited out here. They don't want to clump in, but Yetri gets a 3-man catch. Here comes the collapse, and Niners, they find one, looking to finish off Subpot. They've got the Black Dragon. Max finally gets a double kill, and Homeboys, they've overstayed their stay in the jungle. Nets, woo! Fast fingers, fast fingers.
Yep, able to BMI out of there. And you're right, Homeboys, they kind of bided their time for a little too long. Even GB using the Daytona's welcome to try and win out on that purple buff. And he did succeed in taking away the purple buff from Max, but at the cost of 2 of his members, that gold differential dropping down to 936.
Speaking of 900 here, this is it may seem like a big lead. I'm surprised Niners able to hold on this equality right now, as Zorn needs to get the perfect catch, and if Zorn doesn't get it, well, he's gonna be in a little bit of trouble here, because now he is gonna think about this. Well, Zaf looks for the I'm Offended, but no, he gets stopped by Udil. Zorn getting pressure at Barbosa. He needs to make a run for it as well. Moonji scares off Zorn, and now Homeboys, they are backing out, as Niners will have the upper hand this time.
Yep, and look at that. That Gloom is max stacked as well. It's dangerous, and Moonji is slowly creeping up, making sure that at least one of his Shadow Balls is nearby. Especially at max stack as well, it is going to be frustrating for Homeboys to walk up. Subpot has to threaten the back line.
Oh, speaking of threatening here, he's going to try and make an attempt. Now he's caught out in the middle of everyone. Cannot get out. He's going to get taken out. Tempest Place comes in. GB will still secure the turtle, but they are going to go for the collapse. Ness tries his best with the blazing duet, but it doesn't matter. Niners has got so much sustain, so much damage, so much CC. Homeboys, they have to rethink their approach now.
Oh, Homeboys haven't hit the item power spikes just yet. Nets not doing a lot of damage, not able to stack up the Art of Thievery as high as he would like to, and more importantly, doesn't have the Trinity build unlocked just yet. He should be 2 items in as of right now, but until he gets that Trinity build, he's not going to be able to do very much in these fights.
Yeah, speaking of doing a lot here, they are going to try and make a divergence attempt, but nope. Seems like Udio is going to send Nets up to farm efficiently, while the rest of Niners, they've found their secret sauce. They've found a plan on how to win a team fight now.
Yeah, let's have a look at the items real quick, and it seems like Nets hasn't even completed. Oh, now he's completed his second item. Finally, the Golden Staff complete. Took him a while to get there, but he's also bought some temporary half items here just to keep himself alive. He's got the steel leggings. Let's not forget that on the opposite side of the map, right, we're seeing that Zobs, he's building full damage as well.
Interesting. But that's the thing about Ruby, right? Like, damage is good for him just because of the fact that his spell vamp is somewhat amplified. So I guess that's the idea that they're going around this Ruby. But on top side, we do see another divergence coming in. They are going to try and send Zorn up ahead to try and going for the back flank, which again, Niners just doesn't really care.
Subpot continuing to make sure that he has priority over the bot side. Look at this. Now that Niners are losing their tier 1s, their entire game plan is very much hoping that the Homeboys overextend their boundaries while they are still weak. Homeboys, they want to take very minimal risks at this point in time, right? They just need Nets to get into a much better position because everybody is doing fine. Udil is doing great in his lane. Subpot, despite being 2-2 and dying a couple of times, he's still 2 levels ahead of Year 3. So, again, every lane is won thus far. They're just waiting for Nets to get that third item.
Well, it's going to be tough. Lord is up. And if Homeboys is able to stall this longer in their favor, Niners are going to be in trouble. But seems like Lord is not going to be objective here. They do scout out Subpot. Barbosa getting punched up pretty hard. Do they want to commit to the fight? GB looking to force a retreat. They do bait it out of Max. So both of the junglers do not have retribution. This Lord is not worth it from both sides now.
It looks like GB didn't even want the Lord in the first place, right? No reason to do so. Finally, Nets completing the Trinity build. That's why GB was buying some extra time, right? Making sure that he could slow down Ling, see Halberd finish for Subpot, and now they've got anti-heal.
Yeah, now Sky got a helmet up on GB as well. He's going to be having a little bit more confidence to go in for the front. But Zavs, I'm offended, catches Sword, but is that the right target here? Nets looking to interject, and Subpot misses the combo. Homeboys can't seem to find the opening this time as Niners slowly but surely playing it safe to buy time for Max now.
I mean, doesn't really matter, right? Look, Homeboys, Divergence,
What?
gonna be
What?
hiding into
What?
the bush here. They have no idea. Here,
No,
Conceal.
oh, they found Ye3. They're gonna shut down the Dragon. 3-man blazing duet coming in here, but the rest of the team, they need to back up. Ye3 finally goes down. Can they get out? Yes, they do. Tempest of Blade from Max, trying to out-sustain. They have to get a kill. He's got all the blades. They find it. He gets out. Homeboys, they trade 1 for 1. An XP for an XP, and now Homeboys, they are looking to extend this fight. They've got the heals from Matilda to keep on going for Niners. They're pulling in Zord. Zord now looking for the opportunity, but they still have Nats. They still have Chibi. Niners, they don't want to risk it at all.
They gotta play off of their ults right now, and unfortunately, Niners, their ults are on a much shorter cooldown. Barbosa making sure that he uses that Circling Eagle and he connects onto an enemy hero to refresh a little bit of its CDs. Now, Homeboys, it was a very smart idea, a good attempt, but they probably wanted to hit a couple more kills. So far, Zoran's hero hit rate is 27%. He needs to hit a couple more.
Yeah, in this case, for him to focus on Ye3 is a smart idea. Yu Zhong, the biggest threat from the side of Homeboys here in terms of CC, but again, Max has been the main damage dealer here. They force a Purify in. Lord, last final bar. Chibi needs to go in. He's going to go for takedown as well. Come! He still gets it! He got one! He gets a chain 2-man as well! He won't go down! But Niners now, they're going to try and force the fight. Ye3 in the face of Ness, but it doesn't matter. Subpot's got the damage. Max! He won't trade off Nets! And he is the boy wonder for Niners right now.
Good play. Niners just winning out on that team fight. 2-for-1 trade in favor of the Niners. Ye3 is able to threaten in the backline. Chibi ends up collapsing, giving Max an opportunity to zone out Udil and isolating Nets all by himself after the BMI. You can see Nets didn't even bother using his Purify, right? He was dead no matter what. And it just goes to show that all the space that the Niners are able to obtain from the Homeboys through the use of Munji it's sticking so far. And
Oh
it's
no!
sticking well.
Subpot looking to threaten the Link, tries to make a jab at it, and Homeboys, they finally realize that the real threat here is got to be Max right now. He's the main DPS. Without Max, where's the DPS gonna come from Niners? Munji?
Yeah,
Only
Munji is doing a phenomenal job so far, right? He's able to chunk out some core members. He's making Zorn's life difficult. He's making Subpot's life difficult even after he uses all of his abilities. I think even Chibi, right? He doesn't really want to sit around the Lord and sit on top of it and hold its aggro, especially when Munji is nearby, because there's no counterplay against him. I tried to Daytona's Welcome. He's got the Purify. If I get him low, he's got Black Shoes.
Yeah, but as of yet, Chibi hasn't been missing his Retribution a little bit too much here. But again, Munji, top damage, like you said as well, doing a fantastic work. Niners looking good in team fights, but objective-wise, Homeboys is still just dominating in terms of map control right now.
I mean, my biggest concern right now is that the Niners don't exactly scale very well to the later stages of the game, right? It's kind of up to Nets to be able to kind of hold his own, and as well as Udil. Udil, unfortunately, not exactly finding the correct positions because Niners split this fight into two so fast. So they got to be really careful here. If they're unable to peel for their front line, Homeboys have to retreat back together.
Yeah, Homeboys, they want to afford to make another risky play? Because the divergent back line with the 3-main gank looked good, but it takes a little bit too long here for the rest of Homeboys to actually counterplay that. And Chibi and Subpot wasn't aware of that gank. But now, with that small little misplay here, they have to iron the Kings as Niners now will be looking to punish those mistakes once more.
We'll see if they find it. I mean, based on the Niner fans, they're hopeful. They're hopeful that they can turn this around. And don't get me wrong, there's a very high possibility here. Look at that gold lead just dwindle and slowly go back into the negatives for the Homeboys, right? 1.2, it used to be way bigger than this, but it's been a close and very tight match thus far.
Well, both the junglers know Retribution here. Max does secure the purple buffs, but it's still a small win for the Niners. And the next strategy from Homeboys is to wait out those Retribution and possibly the purple buff timings before this Lord fight begins. And now, with the Lord Dance coming in, Barbosa, Immortality, gonna be checking the status bar. But Homeboys, Subpot, going for the Triton here. Barbosa dropping too low. He actually forces an Immortality all by himself. A big start for Homeboys. with absolutely no trade-off. And Niners, they're scrambling. They're trying to make a play. Hook misses from Zorn. Circling Eagle comes in, connects on 4. Barbosa needs to back out. But with that play, they get the Lord reset. And it's going to be this dance once again from both sides. Oh boy, Sapat looking for the push, looking for the fight. Lord down towards the final bar. Zavs looking for the catch. They have to go for the steal, but no, the Daytona's welcome. Connects on 1 to get the entry, but the Lord gets reset. They get Chibi, and they make the mistakes as Niners makes a bounce back. They are gonna clean house. Udil flickers into the Lord. They lose 4. Zorn is left, and Niners, they make the comeback. Homeboys might lose this. It might be over. Niners ignoring the Lord. They are gonna shove the structures. Homeboys, 20 seconds left on the sidelines. Inhibitors left. Zorn with the hook. He's gonna deny the minion. Zorn, you madman. He finds the creep. He buys a little bit of time. Inhibitor down. He will fall. He's got immortality. The crystal's exposed. 4 more seconds left. They do not have time. It's over. Niners drags into game 3.
Woo! What a big play coming in from Zavs in tandem. An alley-oop, a layup with the help of Year 3. A huge petrify. They knew he was on top of him, so he had to press one button to set things up for Zavs and turn that fight around. What a huge play coming out from the Niners at a critical juncture.
Oh my goodness. What a turn of events. What a 180 switcheroo for the Niners as they hold on for their dear lives in MPL. They drag it 1-1. Can they take down the defending champion, Gideon? Can they do it?
I think it's possible. I think it's definitely possible as Zavs continues to play like how he performed just now. At the highest level, he's been finding 3 crucial catches to turn that game around when all was starting to look pretty dim for them as they were slowly getting outscaled.
Yeah, and of course, every single time GB makes this kind of risky plays, well, they were able to capitalize. And 2 games now, Bharat losing convincingly because of the fact that on one wrong Daytona's welcome, they get just completely punished here. 2 games now, 1 game from Niners, now from the Homeboys. Seems like Bharat's maybe a little bit of a risky factor to play right now.
Well, I don't think it's a risky factor. I just think it's very difficult for Homeboys to actually reclaim space, right? Reclaiming space also includes holding that space. And I think once Chibi started to disrespect, walked forward, realizing that this neutral objective is too risky to actually coin flip, let's go for that team fight. Keep in mind, Moonji this entire time making sure that Gloom was at max stack, so he's doing some very relevant damage, even if you have Radiant Armor. Making sure that he has the holy, that he already has the Divine Glaive to cut through the extra MR, plus the fact that they had to worry about the biggest catch from Zavs. It just worked out perfectly.
Agreed. But now, let's take a look at the MVP for their match here. It's gotta be Moonji. You called it as well on this Lilia. The most amount of damage. He's been doing a lot of work behind the scene as well. Barbosa even congratulating Moonji.
That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Coming out big time, 6-0-8 as our MVP of the game. Moonji keeps it together for the team. The team can take as much space as they want, and Moonji is the one who draws the borders. Really nice play overall, making sure that he's maximizing all these cooldowns. First item straight away into the Enchanted Talisman. Second item straight away decided to go for the Ice Queen's wand because they know that it's really, really difficult for the Homeboys to disengage once the slow has been applied.
This is an old school build coming in from Moonji itself here, but again, I understand where he's getting at, right? Like nowadays, Bloodwings coming in as well. We've seen a lot of people trying to rush those second to third item Bloodwings, but for a Lilia, you don't really need to take advantage of the Bloodwings as well because you've got an innate ultimate which just says gives you back full health. So rushing for those utilities is going to be the way to go instead, and it's worked out because every single time the Bharat comes in, and again, we talked about this, Bharat will lack those mobility, and with an early Ice Queen wand mean that once they get in, they can't exactly come out. And I think multiple times now we've seen Sapat as well as Chibi kind of go into this fight and just get completely kited around because of the amount of slows that Moonji is bringing to the table.
I mean, let's not forget about the sandbags on their side, right?
Yep.
Like Zavs alone, even if we take away his I'm Offended, his 3 crucial I'm Offendeds in this game, he still has an incredibly useful ability in just taunting melee opponents, right? If they get too close, oh, I'm just going to spin around, I'm going to lock you down for just half a second, which disrupts your combo, allowing Moon to start applying the slow. He doesn't even start thinking, he's not even thinking about anti-heal at this point, right? He goes straight into the glowing wand. He knows his job is to melt some of the thicker members. He wants to make sure that Zorn does not have a good time if he's standing still in the Bloody Hunt. He wants to make sure that GB, after the Daytona's welcome, is online and he's stuck in the animation. He is going to burn to his death.
Yeah, he is going to be a little bit of trouble as well. Like, I was talking about how do you deal with a tanky composition, right? It was either true damage or max HP percentage. Glowing one does help you in this kind of scenarios. But again, you know, in terms of sustainability as well, I'm curious to see the stats later on for the healing department, because I'm pretty sure Niners has off the chart sustains with the heals coming from Ruby. We've got the Matilda and the life steals coming, spell vamps coming in from the Ruby as well as Yu Zhong. So in this case, that overall sustainability, Homeboys did not breach those barriers at all.
Yeah, they're not trying to breach those barriers, right? I think Homeboys, they were trying to pick off their opponents way too often, but they needed to set up a traditional front to back. And I thought that was really, really difficult because the Niners never really showed their big backliners, Zabs and especially Ye3. They don't come out to the fight very often. And when they do, Homeboys look for an opportunity to kind of take them out of the equation before they even start, because they know that these are strong divers. Ye3 and Max especially, the stronger divers on the Niners side, is what really threatens people like Udil and as well as Nets. That's why Homeboys were always getting split in half during these team fights.
Yeah, and speaking like Wunji, what the hell? 71,000 damage all by himself. Like, he's been doing so much of the work for Niners, considering the fact that, hey, they don't have a marksman. Max was pretty much a finisher, but Max 35,000 did a lot of work in a lot of these fights, in a sense where he was able to take full plates and then just get a lot of points all the way through. So it's very, very surprising about this here. But damage taken here, 121,000 for Chibi. Okay. Wow. What? They took so much damage and they just still technically not with the fight. How?
I mean, they're absorbing the damage, and let's not forget that a majority of their abilities are AoE, right? Even Subpot technically has a bit of AoE in the jabs, in the knockout strike. Let's not forget about Nets, especially with the Blazing Duets hitting on multiple targets. Overall, you expect the Niners to be taking more damage because more members on the Homeboys' side have some effective way to get damage applied onto the Niners, where Niners, most of them are melee, so they actually have to walk up to these fights.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why I'm very surprised. Like, how is Homeboys getting more damage Niners when technically Niners, they will be receiving a little bit more while having a little bit more sustain. So very surprised by this here, but maybe it's because, you know, Chibi has very, very thick HP. In this case, it's got 121,000 as compared to Max. Maybe that's the regards here. But damage to turret here, Nats has been doing a lot of split push. Early on, I think Homeboys, they were ahead by taking down all the outer tier 2s away from Niners. And then after that, just one small fight, Niners is making a miraculous comeback.
And that's the thing, right? You never really know. When it comes down to team fighting, and especially with these death ball comps, it can very easily go out of control with a singular mistake. Because Nets, he can only buy so many items at one time, right? And he can only dodge so many types of damage at a particular scenario. So I think that overall, Homeboys, I think it's just one mistake. It's not that big of a deal overall. I think it was a little difficult to manage. But at a certain point, Homeboys really need to have a stronger go button.
A go button, as in just go all in and just completely clean house, right?
Well, because you can see that there's a little bit of an awkward timing, right? When GP is walking in towards that purple buff, and especially when these fights drag out for extra long, you would expect Subpat to threaten your opponents and not commit to go for the all-in. But sometimes he gets caught out, right? He disrespects the fact that Ruby in the gold lane is a thing. With full damage, it really threatens himself as well, because he's also building full damage. So Zabs just catches him off guard a majority of these times.
Yep, this is the stats that I really want to see as well here. Barbosa 63,000 total healing and Zaf 25,000, whereas the rest of Homeboys, they were just getting out-kited in all these scenarios because of all these sustains from Niners, right? And I think there was this one play Sapa was able to bleed out the immortality of Barbosa. It's great, you know, it's a good start. But again, if you don't concisely finish a fight right from the get-go, and try to outlast Niners, pretty much Niners has a composition that will outlast you, and that was the problem that Homeboys was facing. And this is the stats that kind of proves my point as well. And it feels like Homeboys, they came to a stage where they should not have rushed their fights because they've got a Franco. Technically, all they need to do is just play off Franco hooks.
Even if they do, right, they still have to worry about the Lilia chunking him out. They still have to worry about the knockup from the Blade Tempest. There's a number of things that need to come into consideration here. However, I think most importantly, it's about exhausting resources, and I think Niners were a lot more aware this time round in comparison to game number 1. We look at our Hall of Famers here. Our rich guy coming in is going to be Max, and as well as the carry Moonji with 71,000 overall damage. That's why he's our MVP. Sandbag going over to Chibi, no surprises there, with the best wingman being Barbosa with 13 total assists.
Yeah, this is well-deserved coming from Moonji in particular here. But again, Sandbag Chibi, he is the guy that is going to be taking the full run here. I did talk about this in the drafts. Do they want to play the Rafaela or not? But again, it just didn't work out. It feels like Homeboys were just getting very desperate to try out new things, and it just didn't work out. The Divergence idea of just going for a huge flank on punishing Year 3 was nice, but again, it's just weird. Like, even though those plays were in their favor, Homeboys were able to just dominate all throughout the entire game until the 16-minute mark where they just dropped the ball.
And they dropped the ball at the 6-minute mark, right? And I think that's where we saw the very first big hook coming in from Zobs. We see another one coming in from Zobs like around 11 to 12 minutes, and obviously the final big one that kind of swung it into their favor at between the 16th and 17th minute mark. Overall, a lot of these Homeboys were in full control. I think they had, again, I would have expected them to maintain this consistency of the graph and eventually start getting some bigger leads. But you could see that walking up to that purple buff to deny it away from Max, it cost them quite a lot, right? It cost them a majority of their lead, and more importantly so, not enough damage done to the enemy economy to be able to put themselves in that winning position like they did in game number 1.
Yeah, and I don't know, man. Like, it seems like Homeboys, they were just experimenting a little bit too much here. But again, you know what? Let's talk a little bit more on the highlights as well to tell the story a little bit more. And again, early game, you can see that Niners, they were struggling here. Year 3 had a very, very good start, like utilizing his timings, right? You talk about how the Petrify cooldowns is faster compared to the Flicker timing, and he was able to utilize it. But again, Homeboys is just very quick to react. And ever since this play, you can see a very, very emphasized focus on just making sure Max doesn't get his purple buff most of the time.
Yep, that was the entire idea. That's how you kind of slow down the influence of these energy-based purple-style junglers, right? But you can see the counter-engage coming up from the Niners is also pretty devastating. Even though we had some really good ideas from the Homeboys, like this diversion into that back line, just notice that unfortunately for people like Nets, he didn't exactly have full stacks on his Art of Thievery. He's unable to go in 1v5 against the Niners.
Yeah, it was very difficult as well, considering all the minions that have been taken out in that scenario, right? But this was pretty much the big blunder. Look at, oh my god, like Chibi and Sabat just completely melted just because they grouped up and Moonji was able to get free value damage and Max was able to crit all the way with those poise pokes. Just a little bit of mistakes coming from Homeboys here. Technically, they shouldn't have been committing on their side a lot. If about it here.
Well, more so they probably shouldn't be hit by the I'm offended. I think that was the biggest problem, right? I think in both of those fights, Nets ended up losing his Purify pretty early on into the match, and then once he drags it on, he goes for the Blazing Duet, he eventually is going to end up dying either to Max on this Ling, or he just ends up dying to just the raw damage coming in from Moonji's Lilia. Something to consider for the next upcoming match. I don't think it was a problem with the draft on the Homeboys' side. It really just came down to overall gameplay. Not too much to adjust overall, but I do think that there is a little bit of concern, especially looking at this composition that is so very coin flippy sometimes around these neutral objectives, especially with the Niners, right? Double fighters, death ball composition. Ooh, you can't underestimate it.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. And what I'm really surprised as well, because last week I expected this to be a one-sided roll, but Niners was able to break into his game number 3. And again, this is a very, very important moment for Niners and Homeboys. And I'm curious to see what they have to say, because we are going to be throwing over to our host, Rose, and to give you guys a little bit more insights.
Alright, terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, it's Rose again. Tapi kali ini, since game tengah 1 sama, kita ada wakil daripada dua-dua pasukan. So, hi, please introduce yourself dengan you wakil pasukan mana?
Hai, nama saya Aizat. Saya wakiilkan suara untuk Flame Boys.
Flame Boys mana? Alright. You pula, apa nama awak dan awak wakil pasukan mana?
Nama saya Azil. Saya wakil daripada pasukan Niners.
Alright. Okay, let's start with you. So sekarang point 1 sama. Okay, let's talk a bit about the game. You rasa Homeboys ada apa yang Niners tak ada?
Apa yang Homeboys tak ada, apa yang Niners tak ada dekat Homeboys? Mungkin diorang tak ada chemistry macam Homeboys lah.
Oh, so you rasa chemistry Homeboys lagi padu lah?
Memang padu.
Okay, you pula. Tadi Niners dapat menang game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. So, apa yang Niners ada dan apa tu buat dorang menang game kedua tadi?
Mungkin flame tu dah transfer sebelah kot.
Oh.
Terbakar kereta api. Cit.
Oh, gitu. Okay, so apa yang kalau you boleh bagi ayat ataupun kata-kata dekat players Niners dekat atas pentas tu, apa yang you nak cakap dekat dorang?
Put main like Hama. That's game to play, bro. Still win, lose together, win together. Steady.
Setuju? Nampaknya Niners setuju. Alright. Come on, Homeboys. Homeboys kalah game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. Kalau you boleh bagi kata-kata words of encouragement kepada player-player atas pentas, apa tu dan apa yang nak cakap dekat dorang?
Okay, untuk pasukan Homeboys, do the best untuk game ketiga ni. Kena secure juga apa pun untuk nombor 2. So, good luck guys.
Alright, okay. Tapi sebelum we throw it back to the casters, apa kata, since you guys wakil dua-dua pasukan, apa kata kita buat cheer battle sikit? You suruh Flame Boys cheer, you pula suruh Niners cheer. Boleh? Boleh. Kita start dengan Flame Boys dulu. Go!
Okay, kat sini saya bukan nak Flame Boys saja tau. Saya nak korang semua, boleh tak? Okay, ikut saya tau. Okay, ikut Ole, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ayo Homeboys. Ayo Homeboys. Ole, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ayo Homeboys. Ayo Homeboys. Ole, ole. Ole, ole, ole. Ayo Homeboys. Ayo Homeboys.
Alright. Very well done, Flame Boys. Okay, so Niners, you rasa boleh kalahkan tak ni?
Kita buat simple je lah, simple.
Alright, silakan.
Okay guys, get ready semua. Kita lagu nyanyi simple. Simple lagu kita. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you.
Alright, kejap. Sebelum I throw it to the casters, hari ni siapa punya birthday?
Yes.
Oh, ada orang punya birthday. Alright, so I guess that was a dedication. Tapi, thank you very much to the both teams. And with that, mari kita masuk game ketiga dalam Best of 3 series ni. Casters, silakan.
Shoutouts to whoever's birthday it is on the 3rd of May. Whoever's born on the 3rd of May, that was dedicated to use by the Niners as we jump into our third match here in this best of 3 series. It's an equalization 1-1 as we jump into the draft picks of the Homeboys on blue side up against the Niners on the red side. But first, time for the roll. Show us, does he? Okay, wait. That might not be the only skin that he gets. I want to see that bingo.
Did he just roll?
Oh yeah,
right on screen again. Does he have luck?
He just did the 10.
Is this a phobia?
Wait for the skins to pass. Wait for the skins to pass.
Okay.
Oh, another one.
Come on.
Okay, not bad for a 10 roll. Come on. Here we go. Here's the bingo. First 10 roll. Right in the middle. Decent pattern.
No luck, no luck, no luck whatsoever.
Hey, don't worry. He's got plenty of time to roll, I don't know, 20 more times.
I know, right? But at the same time, for these guys watching at home here, this is the reason why you're watching MPL MY. This is the reason why we're the most entertaining region for a reason. Thank you for watching MPL MY. We're here to give you guys the best content out there.
All right, let's see how the draft is going to go. With the bans already in, it looks like Antagonist has decided to get rid of Nolan Chip as well as Matilda this time round for the side of the Niners, as Homeboys have decided to sit on the blue side after their loss in game number 2, banning out the Roger, Angela, as well as the Yuzong. Harith gets through the draft, instant lock-in for Nets.
Hey, look on the bright side. No more Matilda this game. Like, Matilda, 100% win rate from both games. Well, they just don't want to deal with it here. They would rather deal with Nets right now with this Harith. But again, I feel like Niners is in a situation where they need to find a way to do this Harith, right? Like, I've talked about the theory about having Esmeralda as a matchup. But again, if Nets decide to go for a Vengeance Harith, what was it? Yeah, a Vengeance Harith. Very difficult for an Esmeralda to actually kill an Harith.
I don't know. I think you're kind of trolling at that point, but I mean, sure, they could. If they want to go for a double fighter lane, they can go for the Esmeralda if they really, really want to, but I think that the Niners have a different plan this time. Picking up the Lo Yi as denial against the Homeboys, but also locking in the Edith for themselves. Rather interesting option. I'm thinking about the classics, right? The classic the classic dash deniers, the Kufras of this world, or more importantly, the Mincitars or Phoviuses of this world. We see Farmis and as well as Fredrin get locked in. Farmis makes sense. Lo Yi has already been shown on the Niners side, and if Farmis is able to drop his Netherrealm, he probably wants the rest of the Homeboys to be pretty close to him.
This is weird. Like, I feel like Homeboys is drafting something a little bit more meta-oriented here, but from Niners side, this is actually good for them. Like, yes, they don't really have a solution to the Harith yet, but they do have solutions to the Netherrealm, which is something that I'm really surprised that Udil decided to say, that, you know what, I don't care. Like, I'm gonna group up as 5, it's okay, I've got Netherrealm here, I will eat the convergence, it's okay. But Niners, 100% win rate so far, played by Max, done by Max, looking to maintain the lead right now.
Yeah, on the Ling, once again, knowing that there's a Netherrealm on the other side, it means that it's not going to be easy for Max on this Ling to find these single individual pickoffs, but at the very least, he could try and force an early Netherrealm from Farmis' side to allow Lo Yi to win out or have more value in the team fights later to come. Interesting game so far. Well, in terms of draft so far. We go into the second ban phase, and we're still missing a marksman from the side of the Niners. From the Homeboys, on the other hand, right? They're still missing a support. So they get rid of the Cho. Makes sense. Get rid of these classic Zorn picks. And it also bans out the Ruby. So I think even the Homeboys are pretty tired of the random gold laners that we've been seeing coming out as Avs.
Yeah, and I don't know. It seems like based on what we've been speculating over the weeks here in terms of assassin meta, Niners is just putting it to the test. And so far, they've won Game 2, Game 3. If they win this game, it just shows that maybe tank junglers are just no longer relevant-ish.
No, I think tank junglers are always going to be relevant. I think as of right now, Niners are making these assassin junglers work by having a lot of util in their side laners, right? You're playing through somebody, right? There's not enough resources on the map to make sure that everybody is a huge threat. And even if that does occur in some of your games in ranked, again, this is professional play, right? Everybody's going to be making sure that they're keeping timers over objectives and as well as some of the creep camps, right? We do see that the Rock gets banned out, and as well as the Phovius for the side of the Homeboys, leaving only Mincitar as well as Kufra the only ways to really deny dashes or make these dashes awkward.
Well, they can go for the Akai, but again, I don't think Akai is that great here for the Niners, considering the fact that they've got Edith, they've got Ling. I don't see Ling playing in the gold lane at all in terms of flexibility, like ever. But I feel like right now, Niners, they have a little bit more options to work with because of the fact that, hey, Homeboys don't really have an answer to this Ling yet, and if they force a Franco again, like how they did in the previous game here, it's actually a big win for the Niners if they think about it. Like, even though Zorn was extremely annoying, but towards the later stage of the game, there's only so much Zorn can do if Zorn isn't the one that starts the fight.
I agree, but that might not necessarily be true all the time, right?
Huh.
Niners, they go for the Terizla, they want to maintain at least some form of lane priority in the EXP sector. And at least, again, they're looking to try and punish Homeboys for clumping up too close together. If Homeboys clump up too close, they're going to get heavily punished. A lot of AoE stuns, a lot of AoE engagements, not to mention that there's a Loyi on the opposite end. I think Homeboys, as of right now, this might be a Benedetta angle for Suppot maybe, just so that he can actually pull attention away or at least match the Ling if the split push is enabled.
Huh, this is, okay, I can see where Niners is going as well here, but for Homeboys, all they gotta do is just that, what, double purifies, which I'm most certainly sure that Nets and Udil is gonna get, and after they get that purify, it's just they did get out or jail free card, right? Like Teresa out, no problemo. Link comes in, no problem. Edith comes in, no problem. But Chibi going, looks like, wait, who's gonna play the Arlet?
Arlet
is this a Bennett?
This is Zorn.
Okay, Zorn, Arlet, and then Jungle Fredrin. All right, I like this wombo combo.
Yeah, I like this a lot more. At least with the final slash, you have potential counterplay. The engagement displacing a whole bunch of opponents rather than just one. It's going to make Loyi's job a little bit more uncomfortable, especially since you can kind of vengeance through the yin-yang reaction. And now we get the mid by the side of the Niners. All right, looks like the research has worked out nicely.
You called out. You called this out. Like Mincetar against the Harif. And is this a Mincetar gold? Did I see Zabs play?
Yes, you did. Yes,
Mincetar gold lane?
First time in a very long time. Trying to counter the Team 5 composition from the side of the Homeboys. Homeboys have clear disengage mechanics, but at the end of it, they're slow looking to catch Munji. If they do, hopefully Zabs and Ye3 can bail him out of that situation and allow Max to increase the win rate and maintain the 100% win rate on a Ling here at MPL MY.
Well, Niners with their pocket strategy now, hoping to clutch up this series as they go into game 3. This is the match for the Niners. Can they do it? Or will Homeboys comes up on top? This is game 3, Niners versus Homeboys.
Let's jump right into the game. Let's jump right into the Land of Dawn. See where they're going to start, where they're going to apply their pressure on the map. So many ways to play this as Zorn instantly invades. It looks like it's going to be a mirrored side. Homeboys on the bottom side of the map and Niners on the top side of the map. And hey, even Zorn's part of the portrait.
Speaking of a portrait here, Zorn, he's again being very annoying here. I'm surprised there's just not a lot of aggression. Barbosa letting walk free. Zorn doesn't even bait out the flicker. That's crazy coming from Niners. Like, again, they don't care. Objective first.
It doesn't really matter here. I mean, look at this, right? Ye3 and Suppot. Ye3 knows that Suppot probably wants to get involved with maybe denying Max some kind of pressure over his purple buff, since Zorn had spotted him up on the orange buff side of the map. So they know that he's going to be rotating down to this side. Let's look at the emblems and talents to see if we find anything different here out of the ordinary. I'm not seeing Master... Oh, there we go. Master Assassin, full damage. Suppot looking to try and one-shot the backline.
Huh. Interesting. I was expecting Chibi to go for agility just because of mobility, but he's opted to go for vitality instead, just for more raw HP.
Nice. Nicely done by the Homeboys, right? They want to really punish this laning phase, make sure that Nets gets ahead, and they also force out the flicker coming in from Zabs as well. So it's not even about this neutral objective that they really care about. It's really just about Nets, right? And whether Suppot can find opportunities to punish Niners, find chinks in the armor.
Yeah, but when it comes to Nets as well, as of yet, he does have a little bit more opportunity. Right? This Purify is going to be able to dodge the initial spear coming from Zabs. But again, if he beats out the Purify rather early, it is going to be very difficult. But Chibi, looking for the taunt, forces out an instant flicker from Moonji. Very quick reactions coming from him.
Yep, it's a micro thing, but at the very least, Homeboys, they understand. Moonji, he wants to hit level 4, right? Udil, he's just a little bit off of level 4, but it doesn't mean that he's in any danger. Speaking of danger.
Oh, speaking of danger here, he's got the Nether Realm holding up. He's holding it for Suppot. He baits it up, but no, he dropped it a little bit too late. He won't lose Suppot. The turtle will be stolen from Moonji as well as Homeboys makes the first blunder. And now Zorn is going to be the next to fall, and Niners will come up on top. Mistakes were made, and Niners will capitalize.
Big mistakes have been made. A little late. Suppot ends up dying. Doesn't even get a decent engage off of all of that. basically playing a 4v3 at the beginning of that fight, and Niners capitalize hard, able to find 2 kills off of that, and as well as the turtle, Munji able to steal it away. Chibi, he's got to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, that was, it felt really bad here. Just a second off was all they needed, and Udil just dropped the ball. But Niners now in a perfect position. Sabah forced to use a very early electrical final blow just to clear the minions and back off. Meanwhile, no action on the top side. Max also farming his objectives here. Chibi looking to force a retreat fight here. They are going to combine this fight. Taunts up on Max. He needs to get out.
Oh, no!
Grab, gets hooked in, but he's going to be fine here. They drop the King's Avatar on towards the base, but again, no follow-up. Homeboys, they've got to respect the Niners right now.
Oh, that was so close. That was so very close to actually killing Max on accident. That Spirit of Glory could have cost them. Here we go.
Oh,
Get
no,
three.
Sabah,
Might just find solo kill.
Dead. He is dead. There's no way you're getting out of that as well. But top side, they find Zavs. The great trade here. An XP for a goal, but again, Barbosa still left stranded right now. Homeboys looking to try and wrap this up. Barbosa gets a chain stun, but cannot go with the follow-up. So that's going to be an easy picking for Homeboys, while Max looking for the invades here as he tries to steal resource away from Chibi.
That's what you want to see, right? In an atypical tank versus assassin matchup, the assassin is going to scrape up any gold as soon as your opponent tank jungler shows up on the map. And that's why Max is slowly trying to increase his own net worth. But for this upcoming turtle fight, might get a little dangerous, right? Homeboys, remember what happened the last time. They know that Zobs is missing his flicker, but he still has a nasty ult to work with.
Yeah, but speaking of bounce here, oh, great drag coming from Zon. They are clumped in. Barbosa, he needs to get out. He's going to get focused down here. Meanwhile, the back lines, we do see Sapat getting a double kill now. Yeertree looking to punch his way through. Zord is going to fall. Max and Yeertree just manning up. Sapat still there. Chibi trying to pin Max away. But Udil, he's going to try and finish off Yeertree. He does have the mobility. Immune comes in. He's going to try and take a swing. Sapat, does he take a risk?
Oh.
No, they don't have the damage. Yeertree, so tanky, finally gets taken down. They send the divergence in. Munji a little late to save the day, but Homeboys comes on top.
All right, nicely done by the Homeboys. That's what you want to see in these fights. Make sure that it's messy. Make sure that it's staggered, right? People can start falling back into the Netherrealm rather than proactively using the Netherrealm right on top of your frontliners. So it's all about pushing and pulling. And let's not forget that Sapat was able to achieve a double kill onto the back line of the Niners. Like Munji, unable to really participate in that fight overall. He wants an extended fight, but if he gets one shot and put out of position, there's nothing much he can do.
Oh no, tower falls. No taunt, no King's calling.
Walk out.
Just got destroyed here. Now they went in for the flag. They got exposed. Counter keeps Homeboys alive. They managed to pick one apart, but on the side, Chibi still man fighting Muji. He takes him down. He's gonna be left alone. Appraiser's Wrath not gonna do him any good. The rest of the team from Homeboys just nowhere to be found. What was going on?
I mean, Munji doesn't mind dying for it. They inevitably stop nets for a short period of time. They also get Chibi, allowing Max to snowball this lead. He now has a full level ahead of Chibi, and more importantly, with that lead, he can start pressing the opposite sides of the map. Like Nets, he's got to be careful, right? He is worried about getting jumped on by Max.
Yeah, well, Max, as of yet, is the biggest threat, right? Like, they have to find a way to shut him down. And currently, from Homeboys, they don't really have that. They have a way to mirror his rotations, but final slash from Zord pulls Zavs in. And again, Zavs now forced to back off. Does have the King's calling, but again, hasn't been able to set up on nets yet from the side of Homeboys. Tough. Very, very tough match. Now, Chibi looking to hold on to the turtle. Yeertree as well. Looking to force a little bit of fight here. Han doesn't seem to connect. Udil doesn't have Shadow Stampede here. Half HP, Max keeping tabs here. Going for the conceal plays. They are going to make it a try and attempt as well. First kill from Barbosa. This is Bazord for the final stash. Zones them up. But Max, he steals the turtle. Now Niners, they have to get out. Zax flickers backwards as well. They get a 3-man stun. But again, the counter comes in. But Max, he tried to get greedy, but he got focused down and taken out. Niners, they got the steal, but they overcommitted. And now Homeboys is not happy about his steal as they want to go for more tier 1 will fall. Nets is here with the Salmon Force as well. Ooh, still has it from Homeboys. very, very scary force.
Really good team fight coming in from Homeboys' side, right? Again, the King's Calling is their biggest weakness. It kind of tells them, hey, we cannot pass this terrain for a while, and because Zabs doesn't have his flicker, unfortunately he has to drop it on the spot, and Homeboys, after seeing the King's Calling, they pull back into the Netherrealm to ensure that Max doesn't find any free kills.
Oh my goodness, final stats right at the edge. He forced the flicker. Oh, Barbosa, he got out, but he needs to get out safely here. He's down 1 HP. Chibi tries to zone him out. Max doesn't get the recall in, but because of Max, Zorn a little bit afraid here, but they do back out to safety. So that's a good sign for Niners fans. But again, Homeboys still keeping up with the momentum. They still have the pressure on Niners' back.
Yep. Tier 2 gonna fall into the hands of the Homeboys on the bottom side of the map with 44 seconds left for the next hurdle. Homeboys, they're gonna keep them trapped here. They want the Niners to walk out of their base.
It's tough now. With Max, no purple buff available. He's gonna be not able to split push as well. And look at this. All of the tier 1s on Homeboys is pretty much healthy. Not even touched. What?
I mean, all of their lanes are able to push hard. They're winning all of their lanes. They're pushing their lanes all effectively. And I think Zorn has done a good job at making sure that they know where the spearhead of the Niners is going to be pointed in which direction. With 10 seconds left on the clock, I think the Niners, they just got to wait this one out, right? They've got their purple buff coming up in about 12 more seconds, and I think that's where the Homeboys are going to put their eggs in this basket. Deny that purple buff.
Well, speaking of denial here, Zaf got his DHS, so we are going to be expecting some lightning machine gun spear pokes here, but he's only got the corrosion scythe and EHS, looking for the golden staff, and once he has it, this is something that Homeboys cannot ignore, because in front of this Vincitar, they are going to get permanent stun.
I think he has enough attack speed. I don't think the golden staff is going to be necessary. I think he just needs full tank at this point to survive the raw damage.
We shall see. Yechi now getting caught out. He's forced to use the penalty zone preemptively. Barbosa also going in for no value, whereas the rest of Niners nowhere to be found. They don't even have Max in the fight. They make the first blunder. Niners now losing 2 for no value. And this is going to be the easy Lord, while Max is looking to try and capitalize on the other side of the map. This is a lost Lord fight. And this is going to be Homeboys taking the cake now.
Yeah, that was pretty sad. That was honestly pretty sad. Barbosa and Yetri should not be dying like that, and more importantly so, they need to make sure that they set a perimeter around Moonji, which was what they were trying to do, except they committed to a fight that they had no chance of winning. I think even Yetri probably should have flickered out of there. I don't know why he's holding on to it for so long. Same goes for Barbosa. It's not like they can make a play with the Lord crashing in on their side of the map, right?
Yeah, it was a good spot from Homeboys, bro. Like, as soon as Max revealed himself down bottom, boom, they immediately collapsed on everyone from Niners, knowing that Max has no way to rotate quickly and join the fight despite being a Link, right? Just no purple buff. Just can't do anything about this. Very, very good call from Homeboys. But again, 7k net will lead here. Nets now with the concentrated energy. Wow, that's even more sustains on this Harif. Pretty much unkillable, but again, anything can happen. Taunt comes in. They're going to try and burst back. They force the Tempest of Blade. Big ultimate now on cooldown. With the Lord crashing on the top side, they need to find a way to defend this there.
Yeah, and they synced up all the waves. I mean, good luck.
Oh my goodness, it's tough. It is indeed tough here, but seeing how this is going here, Lord slowly mowing down on the tier 3s here. Chibi not waiting for the moment here to fight. Zaps clears off the minions down bottom. Lord breaks the inhibitor top side. Homeboys, again, still playing it slow. Sending him Chibi, trying to start the engagements here. Slowly mowing down those inhibitors. Niners finally takes down the Lord. That's good. No, another inhibitor falls. Third one looking for the 3-0. Chibi now trying to stop Zaps. Going for the taunt. Where's the follow-up? They go for the poke. It does a lot of damage, but Chibi again out-sustains him. But what? The Praise of Wrath just one-shots him. What is that damage? I don't care. Killing spree for Udil. Niners with the patience. Oh my goodness, where did he go? He just got deleted from the game. Safs just out of the equation. 2v5 now. Another wave comes in. It's up to Moonji and Max. They have to clear the minions. Chibi trying to sidestep and block Moonji's path. They have the minion. They are going to focus on the inhibitor. Max forces the Tempest of a Blade. He is going to go down. Crystal is down. And Homeboys takes 2-1 against the Niners.
Ooh, not a clean 2-0 sweep. Looks like the Niners have been putting some work and homework into the Homeboys, but still not enough at the very end. We didn't get to see those big plays coming in from Zav. And it looks like Homeboys adjusted well in this game 3 to ensure that it did not fall into the hands of the Niners.
Oh my goodness, what a play from Chibi, what a play from the Niners, but eventually Homeboys still the top contender, the defending champion, still a 2-1. A good, valiant attempt for the Niners. But again, it's still the long grind for them as can they get out of relegation.
I mean, Niners have a long journey ahead of them, a tough one, but at the very least, they're looking a lot better compared to their early weeks here at the MPL.
But nevertheless here, let's take a look at what Homeboys has to say as we throw it over to the host with Rose to talk with the winners.
Itu dia kemenangan untuk pasukan Homeboys 2-1, maintaining their top 2 slot this regular season. Hai semua sihat? Alright, let's start with Zorn. So tadi game kedua kita nampak Zorn Franco kembali. So ini boleh dikata satu like signature picks for Zorn. Tapi do you think that Franco masih lagi relevant untuk patch ni, dan apa yang menjadi kenapa you guys pilih Franco untuk main tadi?
Kalau ikutkan Franco still relevant, cuma game kedua tu kita orang ada beberapa masalah dari segi kom.
I see. Okay, tapi kenapa Homeboy semua jauh Apa yang jadi? Semua okay ke tu? Okay, so hari ni Zon je yang cakap. Zon je yang wakil. Okay, next question. Zorn, so apa jadi dalam game kedua tadi? Adakah itu miscommunication ataupun you guys terlalu overconfident ataupun it was just a miscalculation?
Bagi poin tadi. Bagi poin. Kita orang sedekah 1 poin sempena hari Jumaat sebenarnya. Bagus.
Oh, okay. Kita punya wakil bagus sangat. Okay, so sekarang Homeboys tengah 6 match winning streak and tinggal 2 match lagi mana you guys akan menentang Bounty Esports dan juga Barracuda. You yakin ke you guys boleh maintain top 2 untuk dapatkan upper bracket di playoffs nanti?
Definitely 100% for sure kita orang akan top 2 upper bracket.
Okay, so dengan cerita MVP kita dah ready and interview dengan Homeboys kali ini agak lain. So nanti siapa-siapa pun MVP, Zon yang akan jawab, okay? So, apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada... Ni siapa? Oh, deal! Okay. Udil tak nak cakap ke? Udil tak nak cakap, so Zon kena wakil Udil lagi.
Boleh.
Alright, so tadi you guys pick Louis dan game ketiga tu Louis dorang yang dapat. Did you guys expect the pick and for them to ambil Louis? Dan another important question, you guys expect tak dorang ambil Link di game kedua?
Kalau ikutkan, rasanya kita orang dah rasa Link akan dikeluarkan sebab nampak macam diorang dah selesa bawa 2 fighter, especially Zaf bawa Ruby, and then kita orang rasa yang Max hanya perlu gendong Niners, Team Niners menggunakan damage. So kita orang dah expect Link tu keluar.
Okay, Chibi nak cakap something. Oh,
Bukan Cibi, Udil.
oh, lama tak dengar suara Udil di atas pentas.
Tadi ada telepon dari pusat kalau aku harus bagi semangat ke NC.
Okay.
Ya, jadi kami bakal Niners. Niners kah? Soalnya mereka peringkat 10, aku rasa namanya jadi Teners bukan Niners. Anca, kau nih bilang kalau misalkan MSC itu life changer. Tapi kalau misalkan kamu gak lolos playoff, aku rasa hidup aku aja yang berubah. Hidup kamu enggak. Kau nih mau sampai kapan, Ca? Sampai di titik ini kau tak nak bangkit kah? Bangkitlah, Anca. Banyak orang di luar sana memalukan kau. Sadarlah, Anca, potensimu. Kau nih burung hantu, siut. Bangunlah, Anca. Kurang lebih macam itu, Kak?
Oh, macam tu. Mantap. 2 match kita dengan Udil. Dia ni balas dendam kau hari ni. Betul tak? Betul. Okay, Udil, since you dah tengah pegang mic, apa yang you nak cakap kepada Flame Boys dan juga Niners yang datang walaupun it's a Jumaat, full house?
Aku yakin kalian udah tahu apa yang aku akan bilang. Kepada Flame Boys, terima kasih banyak atas dukungan kalian. Tanpa dukungan kalian, kami bukan siapa-siapa. Tanpa semangat kalian, kami pun tidak akan menang hari ini. Dan untuk Niners, pindah Flame Boys aja lah.
Alright, terima kasih kepada Homeboys. You guys may now go celebrate your victory. Terima kasih, congratulations once again. Itu dia. You guys dah puas dengan Udil balik atas pentas walaupun Zorn jadi spokesperson untuk pasukan Homeboys kali ini. 2 berbalas 1 game pertama di minggu kelima. Tapi nanti kita ada match satu lagi. Sebelum tu, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to analyze what happened in this 2-1 best of 3 series. Casters, silakan.
Thanks, Rose. Once again, our MVP of the match going to be handed over to Udil. I would say that at least with Aloy, some really good shot calls all across the board. His farm is having one mechanical mistake of not dropping the Nether Realm fast enough for his boy Subpot. We definitely know who his least favorite Homeboy member is. But at the very least, he's coming up big time. Just a solid pillar for the Homeboys.
Well, it's true, but at the same time as well, there's a reason why MPL Malaysia is the most entertaining region, right? Expect the most unexpected. In this case, who would have thought Udil would be there giving up some very, very motivational speech while trash-talking the Niners to his fellow compadre, the coach. But in this case, I don't know, man. Like, this is very loving of us. Like, if you think about it here, almost every single team in this season has been, you know, having a lot of fun here, smack-talking, playing some good games, while giving wise words to your opponents here.
I mean, it's one way. It's one way to actually apply wise words. I think he did this time. He did it with a lot more classe, some may call it, a lot more finesse. This time round,
Yeah.
he probably put some thought into that one. But let's have a look at the item builds, right? Because this game happened overall pretty quickly, and especially with the changes to Holy Crystals as an item, you can see he only completed 312 minutes into the game. At the 43,000 mark, that's all he was able to achieve. Not even a half item to start building into Blood Wings. That just goes to show how expensive the Holy Crystal actually is.
Personally, I'm not a big fan of the Holy Crystal build here, but considering the fact that Faramis doesn't exactly have the greatest burst damage, it's understandable why Udil need to go for it, right? If they're not grouped up as 5, you are going to be expecting to go for Ghostbusters. The Lightning Trinket and Holy Crystal gives you that additional oomph to do a little bit more damage, but as compared to what Moon brings to the table, again, I feel like it's not going to be enough. But as of yet, Homeboys, they do have the utilities installed in their favor. They've got the Harifal, they've got the Benedetta Vengeance, they also, Petrify, and they also got ideally the NetherRealm, which was a big problem for the Niners to actually deal with. Technically, they have answers, but again, mistakes came down to execution.
Well, I mean, when I say it's mistakes in terms of execution, it's a little tough. I think the Homeboys were a lot more prepared for the Niners in game number 3 because it's a very similar composition to game number 2. They don't have to worry about the hard divers, and I think a lot of it just comes down to how do you boil resources from the Niners. I think Homeboys made some very smart decisions. Number 1, rotating to Nets aside, knowing that Zobs is really weak on this Minsatar, especially in the earlier stages prior to level 4, like Zobs is not looking to win that lane at all against Nets. Like, he is just looking to survive and wait until a neutral objective is going to be spawning closer to his side of the map in comparison to 3 side of the map.
Yeah, what's really disgusting is that Harif's damage output, like normally if you talk about spells, right? Spells don't exactly have like a crit build or whatever, but for Harif, the first skill does crit to a certain degree. So in that way, if you clump up together, this Harif is going to get free value damage across the map. On top of his true damage build playstyle, if you're playing the second skill Chrono Dash build, which is makes it just a little bit stronger than normal now in this current patch. But of course, now damage taken here, Barbosa, Meat Shield, 71,000 here. Ye3 did a fantastic job, you know, Terizla tanking his way through 70,000. But again, ideally, all those tanking did not translate to anything if Muji, Max, and Zaps is nowhere to be found in these teamfights.
Yeah, no, it's really tough, right? Because the Niners, they had some really good ideas overall, but once the side lanes start to crumble, I think Ye3 did an okay job, but he can't out-rotate Supot, unfortunately. Yep. Zobs could never leave his lane. He's playing defensively towards Nets' side, so I definitely think that, like, for the Niners, they're playing very much around Max. You can see even total turret damage coming down to Max's side. I think that once they found that lead on Max, they probably should have stepped on the gas a little bit more. I think Max did a very good job in the earlier stages of the game to keep up with Chibi by stealing away his camps on the opposite side of the map while Chibi reveals themselves. But at the same time, they ended up losing Zav's lane at that moment, right? The 4-man dive up at the top side of the map really unlocked Nets and got him involved.
Yeah, what was really surprising, I like that you actually talked about how Max was just trying to keep up with Chibi, right? Like, Max is just shutting down Chibi's farm all the way through, but because of that ideology, Chibi somewhat found a way to match Max's level because of the fact that, oh wait, I don't have any neutral objectives. They force fights in a waiver that hopefully getting a pick off for Chibi to kind of keep up with Max's farming speed. So I like that they're able to adapt to these kinds of situations, but again, now let's talk about the healing department here. Wow. 50,000 more than Niners because of Chibi's sustain. And I think ever since he's got his Skygun helmet here, Niners was just in a situation where they don't care. Appraiser's Wrath, I don't know, man. Like 0 to 100, Zaf just got deleted, man.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing much you can really do about that, right? When he has so much max HP, there's a lot of gray health to actually work with, and it didn't help that Zavs didn't really have any items to actually protect himself. Especially, I mean, it's true damage anyway, so it really didn't matter unless he had more max HP.
Yep.
I mean, he went for the Prosip Scythe. He also went for the Demon Hunter Sword to try and maybe make a difference or maybe sustain in this fight. Regardless, didn't really matter at the end of the day. His only job is to drop down that King's Calling, maybe stun somebody inside unless he can find an important, like, Spear of Glory to actually hook in multiple members from the side of the Homeboys. Either way, still purifies. There's plenty of counterplay. Homeboys did it well, especially coming down to Nets, right? Breaking that first tower on the top side, making sure that these team fights are basically unplayable for the Niners. And once those big ultimates are down, Nets gets to have free reign.
Yeah, speaking of free reign here, Nets top damage here, undeniable. GPM 856. Best wingman is going to be Zorn here, and the sandbag is going to be Barbosa. Zorn, with his Arlet setups as well, he's gotten some really, really sick final stashes here. Like, identifying scenarios where, oh, this guy's backing off. He's too far back. Let's pull another guy here and then just start a fight. And that's pretty much Barbosa that Zorn has been noticing a little bit more here. He's been able to drag Barbosa into awkward situations where Barbosa can't utilize the power of the Primal Wrath to kind of even out the score against the Netherrealm or even the team fights in general. So I like that, you know, Zorn has been able to find a lot of opportunities to single out fights. And because of that, Niners was always forced to fight in situations where they were not prepared for.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for Barbosa, this Edith pick was it was a bit of a struggle, right? Every single time the Primordial Wrath does actually come out, you can see him just getting Final Slash immediately after. But just look at this, right? You can see the idea of what Niners want to do in these types of team fights. They want to get into the middle of it. However, their front line and back line are very separated in the majority of these fights because of Sabat, sometimes even because of Zorn. And that's the biggest problem. Displacement is such a good counter against the Niners. They want Homeboys to group up. However, Homeboys are utilizing the Netherrealm in a different way, right? It's not just used to save their members, but used as a means to disengage, right? They have a fallback plan here. And as soon as they revive, it's like, okay, it's totally good. Now we can start focusing on Max because the Netherrealm is still active.
Yeah, even in that fight as well, King's Calling was dropped, Netherrealm was chunked through, and even if they burst down the Netherrealm's first 10 HP, the King's Calling is pretty much completely negated because of that. But again, this fight here, you know, like, what was that? Like, Zaf just got deleted with just one appraisal drive. Like, oh, it's a Minstar. In my mind, it's supposed to be tanky, but nope, not happening here. But of course, with that being said here, Homeboy still takes a 2-1. They will still be at top 2 with 14 points. However, for the Niners here, they will be tied in terms of score with Bounty Esports for 6 points here. I don't know, man. 2 more games for the Niners.
I mean, it's not looking good here. Even if they don't make it to playoffs, they do not want to be in 9th and 10th place, right?
Yep.
Now that they've lost this game 2-1, now it just means that playoffs doesn't seem like an option for the Niners. All they have to do is maybe hope and pray that maybe Team Hawk, Monster Vicious, and as well as Barracuda don't get any more points from here on out. And maybe Niners has an opportunity to break into 8th place if they're lucky.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult for them here. But again, if they get 2-0 games in their last 2 matches here, it's still technically possible to make them to playoffs. But again, that's a big ass. And for now, the next realistic dream here from Niners here is to make it into his 8th place here to secure the spot for Season 14. Or even lose, just risking their chance of playing MPL because there's no more qualifiers ever. You are going to be forced to play for MAL. And that's going to be next year.
Yeah, no, I mean, after MSC, I'm pretty sure there's going to be qualifiers for the MAL. Once again, for the Challengers Conference at the very least. I mean, good luck to anybody who's preparing for that, right? Because again, even if you have to go through the MAL and you're fighting against the 9th and 10th teams, I mean, it's not like they're easy teams to beat. They're still better than a majority of the teams we've seen so far in our Tier 2 scene.
Yeah, it is going to be a long grind for them. But again, like I said as well, it's going to be a long grind for whoever gets relegated here. However, for 9th place, they still have somewhat a chance. But again, they have to fight with the previous MAO champion.
Yes, they do. But I think I mean, the journey is definitely not over yet. The point differentials are very close between the bottom 3, and I think hopefully, I mean, if if the Niners want to actually hop on, they're going to need a 2-0 against one of these big teams, and that could be the difference maker, right?
Agreed. It is going to be a very, very close as well here. The bottom 4 is still, it's an all-out brawl for survival here. But meanwhile, the top side, on the bright side, Homeboys looking solid on the top 2, seems to be undefeatable here. And again, last 2 match for them. If they win the 2-0s, they're pretty much secure top 2.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that we can criticize about the Homeboys was that game 2. You heard it from Zorn, communication issues, something that can, something that can be brushed up upon, right? Nothing that really hampers them from progress.
Yeah. And of course, when it comes to this next upcoming match as well, this is also going to be an important match for 2 of these teams here. And of course, from the side of Monster Vicious going up against King Empire. Monster Vicious, again, looking to try and solidify their spots in the top 8, maybe break the barrier into the playoffs. While for King Empire, still, they may have lost against Homeboys. They may have lost against Selangor Red Giants. But if they maintain their 2-0s all the way through here, and if Homeboys drops the ball, they can still make it top 2.
Yeah, again, top 2 is important because that means you get free buys for the upcoming playoffs in that upper bracket. And I think, King Empire is gunning out for some of those spots. MV, on the other hand, with Coach Haru at the helm, he does some good paperwork, does some good research. And so far, King Empire hasn't looked like they've grown much out of their identity of playing through the gold lane, through the Kages himself. Maybe Sasa has got something else up his sleeve. Maybe, more importantly, they have a new win condition for today. That's what I'm hoping to see from King Empire.
Yeah, and of course, I'm hoping the dream will come true for Sasa once again here, because there has been confirmations from him announcing that this might be his last season. And this is going to be a very, very sad moment here for Sasa, as we may lose a legend here in MPL My.
I mean, we say that. Well, we're only just going to have to wait. He said that last year as well. Like, how much do I really believe him at this point? Even Zorn said it at one point. I'm like, okay, if y'all not retiring, don't say you're thinking about retirement. Sick of it. Tired of it. Not men of their word, unfortunately.
So all funs and giggles here, but it is the truth here. As of yet, we have to say what we are saying here right now. But of course, you guys are currently watching MPL My, and there's just so much to talk about, so much on the line. And in this case, I don't know. I feel like in this scenario here, what would you do if you're King Empire's situation? Because there has been a lot of talks regarding content being a priority and also focusing on talent as well, and the recent issue. But again, do we want to talk about that? Nah, I don't think so.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm trying to put two and two together. Usually I'm good at that, but it is not connecting for me right now.
Okay, we're talking about RSG. Wait, what, huh?
What?
What, huh? Sorry?
I mean, King Empire overall, I think, they've definitely hit a plateau, and that's why I'm excited for them to see if they can grow or at least play through their jungler, because I think as of right now, a majority of teams don't want to play through their jungler, which is kind of strange.
Yeah, and of course, you guys got to stick around here and find out for what's upcoming match here, because we're going to be taking a break here as we throw it over with a break to see the mic check on the previous round. See you guys for the next match.
Sini. Bagus, dapat bagus. Mampus kau. Nice one. Nice guys. Enak kita. Nice one. Enak kita guys. Nice one. Alhamdulillah.
Nice one.
Kita habis combo guys. Kita habis combo. Lihat belakang. Nice. Lagi bantai. Kejar. Pak kita penuh flicker. Nice one. Pakui. Nice. Udah makan, Barat udah makan. Barat dulu boleh nggak guys? Loy-nya tutup loy. Bantai guys. Mid guys. Mid. Lock ulti guys. Wow. Dapat kau guys. Lihat belakang kita. Keluar. Lagi. Diamat. Kena. Orang. Orang. Ini. Lagi.
Let's go!
Nice.
Nice.
No flick. Nafi, boleh ban?
Kasih tahu Pan.
Tahu Seban. Nice ban.
Tak boleh tu. Tak boleh.
Man, cok. No ultimisi.
Mantap, Din.
Nice ban. Kosi.
Go, B. Aku trade.
Linknya A3.
Kai. Sini. Target.
Frika. Dah no skill. Dah balik.
Nice
Nice.
one. Sini.
Ulti.
Ada pula.
Bibi sini.
Mati.
Nice one.
Nice one. Apa dah?
Pelbagai kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, Bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MAL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MAL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MAL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MAL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MAL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Saja Traiko dilepaskan oleh Munji.
Sheta bersama dengan Flicker mengarahkan ke atas CB. Y3 berjaya untuk ditumbangkan, tetap berjaya untuk didapatkan oleh Max. Akan tetapi 2 orang berjaya untuk dijatuhkan. Namun dibazirkan, hilangnya satu setup yang baik untuk dilakukan oleh mereka. Sam ditumbangkan, berbusa juga sama. Petrify terkena dengan penggunaan Electro Blue, mengakibatkan Niners kehilangan satu
terus saja di turn well.
CB didapatkan Y3. Dan tepat dia berjaya untuk ditumbangkan bersama dengan CB. Tembak subleh dia pada Max. Berbaki 2 orang saja. Udil dan juga Zon. Dan sekarang ini Udil juga bakal ditumbangkan.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barakuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barakuda.
Saya rasa Bounty kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
King Empire. 500.
500 apa?
500 font size.
行くぜ。歴史が違うんだよ。Hey, come on, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Satu skala schedule to it dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just no way for him to run.
Kita akan ada satu buah reward di polisi membuat pergerakan dari Liga tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melampangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas. Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious. Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini.
Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
posing Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil lu punya letting semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Tony-nya. Gua minta. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa macam lu juga senang gua. Nanti gua kasih mau.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barakuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila orang. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah
paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
No idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Tadi adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rusty teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Moontalk. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah berada di match terakhir untuk hari pertama minggu ke-5, mana kita akan saksikan perlawanan Monster Vicious yang akan menentang King Empire Esports. Now, match ni is confirmed to keep you at the edge of your seats sebab kedua-dua pasukan kena menang perlawanan ini for the side of King Empire Esports. Kalau dorang nak maintain top 2 ataupun top 3 in the regular season standings, dorang perlu menang 2-0 untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh. For the side of Monster Vicious, kalau dorang nak secure playoffs dan juga duduk dengan selesa untuk minggu ini, dorang pula kena menang 2-0 untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh. And I'm pretty sure everybody wants to be comfortable in their standings sebelum playoffs mula. Alright, so I'm pretty sure ramai orang dah tak sabar nak start perlawanan ini. The players seem set, the audience seem set. So apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Monster Vicious and King Empire Esports.
Monster Vicious.
The Monsters looking to roar loud in the land of dawn today as they determine to soldier on regardless who is standing in their way. With the constant jungler rotations, can the local lineup finally show us their final form? Give it up for the Monster Vicious!
Empire Esports.
In the heart of the jungle, the lion prowls. Though they have been a little subdued lately, the kings of the jungle are ready to pounce. It's all up to their S-tier cores in Sasa, Smooth, and Sutsujin to bring home a W. Ladies and gentlemen, let's cheer for King Empire!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright, so nampaknya kedua-dua pasukan sudah ready untuk start match terakhir untuk hari ini. Tapi pasukan mana akan stop loose streak mereka? Sebelum tu, untuk semua orang yang tengah nonton dekat rumah, kita pun ada join the fight code untuk anda. So all you guys have to do is use code ni dalam ML anda untuk mendapatkan in-game freebies. Alright, nampaknya semua dah ready untuk start match ini. So with that, let's start the second match of the day. Seems this is your moment. Game on.
Thank you so much, Rose, and of course, welcome back to MPL My Season 13. Here you guys are watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12, and he is getting you as we take you through the English commentary once again. And of course, it has been a very, very interesting match to start things off in week number 5 here. Who would have thought Homeboys would drop the ball a little bit, but still take the W against the Niners with a 2-1 score. Gideon, were you expecting that, or was it, 2-0 for you?
Well, I thought it was going to be a cleaner 2-0, but the Niners, they pulled themselves together to be able to pick up one game and really take advantage of the fact that Homeboys, as Zorn has mentioned in the post-game interview, didn't have the best of communications. Now, coming up to this game, King Empire versus MV, both really need to get the ball rolling here. Both need the points so bad.
And of course, speaking of points here, in order for them to secure those points, they have to dominate the game. And of course, they have to dominate with spectacular gameplay via ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, your ultimate gaming phone. You can scan the QR code in the barcode here to actually check out for those specs and maybe get yourself some really nice ROG Phone 8 to play in your Mobile Legends Bang Bang adventures. In this case, I don't know. Do you think it's possible? Because you talked about the S tier cores here. Sasa, Smooth, and Susujin, they have been very consistent. But what about the other two? Dato.
Well, I think that Dato, more people are giving him crap for nothing. I think that he is generally doing his job decently well. I think, you know, he has better impact tiers compared to others, and that's just the nature of the game, right? Some kits don't work the same as others. You just need to learn how to exploit them. I think that for the most part, King Empire, their overall meta, their game style is pretty straightforward. And I think a lot of teams have done enough homework to really take advantage of that in this game. I personally believe that King Empire's biggest issue is the fact that they refuse to grow out of their single directional play, linear play, some may say, through the gold lane.
Yep, and of course, speaking of awakenings here, apparently Team Empire, they have been a winning streak. They had a winning streak in the earlier first 4 matches, and then ever since they met Homeboys, everything kind of took a slump for them here. And to top it off, week 4 was the recent patch changes for this match itself, so they haven't exactly won a single game ever since then, and ever since then, it seems like they were just struggling to bounce back.
Well, I think, again, in those first 2 weeks, right, we did see a lot of what King Empire was all about, how strong their fundamentals are supposed to be. But then when they start comparing against some of the higher ranked teams, Homeboys and even Torak especially, right, a bit of homework tells you a lot about the team and the way that they want to actually play around the draft, right? A lot of sacrifices are being made for King Empire to make sure that they still stay true to their identity and give Sasa a winning matchup. But if you're able to sandbag Sasa and take away some of the power picks from Smooth, that's where the team really begins to struggle rather than focusing purely on Dato.
Yeah, I think when you talk about Dato in particular as well, it's pretty much the homework that we're talking about, right? Like the games that King Empire has pretty much won here is when Dato is playing on those Novaria, and I think Todak and also Homeboys has put a testament to that. Like, you know what, Dato, what if we ban this hero away from him? And that was pretty much a situation where, because you can see, week 3, week 4, they've lost 2 of their games here. But of course, this upcoming match here, hopefully things are going to be a little bit better here, because right now, that is going to be the debate right now. No comfort pick means no party. Dato, 100% win rate on that Novaria. I'm glad our stats are on point here. Yeah, here's the proof for you guys who's watching at home. And of course, 25% win rate without Novaria is pretty much Dato's stats here. And for Smooth, 100% win rate on Benedetta and 40% win rate without the Benedetta.
I think, you know, Smooth is the biggest sacrificial lamb. He is willing to give up a lot for his lane. In terms of matchup, whether in terms of drafting especially, he usually gets the short end of the stick, right? Worst comes to worst, he's looking to sandbag. Dato, on the other hand, completely different, right? Because a lot of people have been banning out his Novaria, forcing him on literally anything else, but they still are forced to play the same game, not as flexible overall compared to Smooth.
Yeah, it's all about adaptations, right? Like, I feel like Dato, we've seen him on his Novaria, we've seen him as Sparsa, we've seen him as Lilia. We haven't seen that impact that he does, like if we were to compare another mid laner such as like Ude, who's played Framis, you've played this, you've played that. So opening up those versatility is going to be a key factor for King Empire in order to win that. Because Smooth, there's nothing really much to talk about him here, just because like, oh wait, here stats, Benedetta, great. But back then, he was, well, before Pakito got his name as Pakito, Smooth was the guy that plays Pakito every single time. He's played Barrage, he's played Uranus, he's got a big hero pool, but again, does it suit the team's composition or playstyle in King Empire in this current patch? But of course, here is even more stats for you guys here, because we are going to be introducing their opponents here. It is going to be Monster Vision, starting things off with Finkus, Xenomaut, Ruff, Uni, and Nova Escobar.
I think so far, I think it's very clear that MV wants to get Fakes on this Valentina to make sure that he can go toe-to-toe in a decent matchup in that mid lane against Dato, right? Once the mid lane starts to crumble, then Ruff has an easier time actually dealing with either a weaker, maybe even a stronger matchup against Sasa, right? But I think the big difference here is going to be in Nova X Kobar in comparison to X-Win. Both of them really great eye for opportunities, really likes to open up the map aggressively against their opponents, and are capable of finding some 3, maybe even 4-man engages if we're lucky enough to see Nova on that hero. But let's talk about their opponents. KGE. Deto, Sasa, Smooth, X-Win, and as well as Sutsujin. They play very much similar compositions where Sasa has a scaling side laner that's able to dominate that lane, X-Win on a strong engager, and Sutsujin hasn't really played anything else other than tank junglers, other than Fredrin, and as well as Barats.
Yeah, so comfort picks has been something that King Empire has been leaning on, right? Like, even Coach Haru as well was here. He did mention that, hey, consistency is going to be key. So, in this case, why fix something that is already working, right? So for the past 4 weeks, people have been analyzing King Empire, and eventually now Todak as well as Homeboys has able to take a W. So in this case, will Monster be anxious to be able to do the same is going to be my question, because now another comfort pick here is going to be the Grok on X-Win, because he has shown himself that he does have similar hero pools to how RSG has when it comes to playing the role. His Grok as Guinevere has shown himself that he can play similar playstyles, but again, can he play more?
Well, I think that he definitely can play more. I think the question comes down, is it tournament ready here, right? Because we got Uni in the jungler position instead of Subway, so we could expect maybe a high damage dealing jungler this time round rather than just Fredrin. If not, Subway is probably going to be picking up that mantle, right? Let's have a look at the MPL MY Insider. This time, we had a bit of a conversation with Subway through WhatsApp.
Yeah, this is Subway sending it to Sasa here. What do you have to say to Sasa? Sasa just needs to chill a bit. Scared he later traumatized by his teammates. So basically, I don't know about this. This seems like there's deep wounds here. Like there's just a lot of untold stories in the heart that Subway could have said to Sasa back in the days, but I don't know, like it might be a double meaning right here.
I mean, I think the content being shown the last couple of weeks about Sasa just being very much, he wants to win bad. He'll do anything to get that. He's willing to scold team members. He's willing to help train them to get better. And I think Subway probably has also received that to a certain degree in his time with Team SMG.
Do not vouch Gideon on that, man. Like, we don't know the real story. We are only speculating, but of course, here are not speculations. Here is going to be the stats here between both Sasa as well as Raf. Sasa definitely leading in the KDA GPM department, but in terms of kill participation, Raf is the one leading in that regards here. So what are your thoughts on this?
I think so far it just tells the story of both of these teams' overall journeys, right? I think, you know, for MV, he definitely hasn't been having the greatest time in the world in his gold lane, and even opting to even go for things like Ceci in the gold lane, right? That's one of the first few times we actually got to see it other than Shizzle from Todak, and I think that has definitely affected his overall KDA, his GPM, and his kill participation doesn't really change. He's very much playing for the team. He knows he's a win condition, but we have seen times where MV needs to play around rough, and even then, unable to get that big profit at the end of it.
Yeah, in terms of results as well, both Sasa and Ruff, Sasa does have a better track record in terms of overall hero types of appearance, right? Like the types of heroes that he can play has had good success here before his time in King Empire with SMG and as well as in King Empire. Currently, Ruff so far, my good image on him has always been his Claude, and so far he hasn't been given that opportunity despite how weak it is in the current patch.
Yeah, it begs the question, right? Whether King Empire have kind of redeveloped their gameplay so far, because I think some of the biggest issues is when teams are prepared for them, they hit that plateau where they're still playing around Sasa, when sometimes they can play through another lane, right? Whether it be Smooth, whether it's specifically around Sutsujin. It feels like Sutsujin is playing more of a support role than he is the spearhead for the team to kind of open things up and then allow X-Win to find that big engage towards the later half of the game. So I think that we need to see whether King Empire have kind of developed past that plateau.
Yeah, that's the thing about King Empire is his roster, right? Like back then, you know, before this roster, Sasa and Smooth has always been like the backup plan for the team. If Sasa doesn't have a good game, you've got Smooth to actually kind of carry the game. But if both of them don't carry the game, we've also got Stormy back in days when they were in SMG. But now, Dato has put himself in the situation where when he plays at Novaria, he can fill that role. But besides the Novaria, I don't know. Like, again, like you said as well, you're calling me out for it here as well. Oh, there's a lot of people talking smack about Dato. I agree, because his result so far has always been Novaria and Claude from the previous season, for me.
Well, I mean, yes, if we're looking just purely against results, right? But we also need to make sure we look at the history track record. Who was he up against? What kind of a matchup in the mid lane was he up against in that 2v2? Sometimes even that 1v1, depending on the overall situation. KGE, they're very much playing towards Sasa, so resources will be pulled towards his side of the map, and it's important for Deto to control his lane to make sure he can alleviate pressure from Sasa and leave him isolated in that good lane matchup, right? That's why we're seeing the Harith bans from KGE side. That's why we are seeing even getting rid of the Benedetta, something that always goes even in lane, if not has priority and full control.
Yeah, it's all about the split push for pressure, right? Like King Empire has always been very good on playing the macro aspect of the game because of the fact how Smooth kind of sets up the lane for the team before a team fight. And even if they lose a team fight, their lanes are shoved up so bad that so forward to a point that they may lose objectives over it. So I think that's something that Monster Vicious just doesn't want to deal with it. But again, these are just comfort bans coming from Monster Vicious here. Respect ban all the way through. But with that being said, it means that there is going to be Roger going to be sneaked through the drafts as well. There's going to be, yeah, Roger pretty much should be a first pick from Monster Vicious.
I don't know about that. It's either they go for the Roger or they're going to be looking for an early Nolan for Uni, one or the other.
Do they want to pick the Nolan? Like, okay, personally, when Uni kind of came back last week as well, I was expecting, hey, man, yeah, Uni, Fanny, yeah, all up for it. Assassin meta, great. Never saw a single assassin from Monster Vision last week, and I was a little bit disappointed about it. But no, they take the Valentina for Fix as a priority first. Okay.
Well done, well done. Coach Haru doing a lot of good work here. Again, I mentioned this way earlier. They do want to get Fix on this Valentina. He's great, he's comfortable, but more importantly so, it kind of neuters Deto in that lane now that he doesn't have these comfort picks, right? Artillery mages have great ults that Valentina can steal, and KGE still sticking to their guns. They're playing towards that gold lane. They're giving Sutsujin this Barats. It could get flexed over to Smooth. We'll see in a little bit since Nolan hasn't been touched just yet, but Roger seems pretty straightforward.
Huh. This is, okay, like Roger, pretty much no-brainer, but I'm really surprised the Barats just because of the fact that, hey, Matilda is pretty much out of the equation. Monster Vicious instant locking the Minotaur as well as the Nolan. The Natan, sorry. Wow. Okay.
They want a team fight composition. They want a reason to be around these neutral objectives. I'm totally okay with this, right? The Natan makes sense. We've seen this matchup against the Roger early on. It's still pretty Roger favorite, but towards the later half, Natan is eventually going to outscale the Roger unless he is below 50% of his HP. KGE, they need to round out their composition with their first 3 picks at the very least. They could go for Smooth's pick early on, but it's kind of difficult to go with a blind pick, right? If they decide to go X-Borg, it means that they're forced to kind of ban out Paquito in the second half of the ban phase.
If they go X-Borg, pretty much they lose the versatility factor. But no, they're going for the Florine. I like this here. They're doubling down on maybe Sasa hoping to outscale, right? Like the thing about the Bloom is that if, let's say, Sasa is able to get an early 3 to 4 kill lead in like the first 6 minutes of the mark, the Bloom will help this Roger snowball even harder. But again, that is if they are going for this route. But for now, they're going to try and keep Barats trying to snowball the way through here. It feels like they're setting up for Susujin to kind of take control in the first 5 minutes game with this Barats.
KGE are the ones who end up banning the Nolan here. I think MV, they should focus down on EXP laners, get rid of the Yutong, get rid of the strong divers into the backline, right? There might be an argument for even Lapu Lapu as well, but probably not as important. So get rid of the Black Dragon form, maybe consider getting rid of Paquito for themselves on top of that.
It's hard, but at the same time, I get where you're getting at as well, just because of the fact that we are assuming that this Barats is jungle. But with this Florian, it feels like they still have that flexibility. It's like, you know what? Oh, if they ban all the XP laners, it's okay, smooth. You can play the Barats. I'll play something else. That's probably King Empire's idea. But like you said as well, Susujin has leaned on towards a tank jungler a little bit more compared to other junglers where they have the flexibility to play assassins.
MV, they end up banning out the CC. If KGE really want to set this up, I think there could be an angle for Hayabusa or arguably Ling. I think Ling probably the better option here because Minotaur has already been shown, right? So invading the jungle isn't as easy with the Minotaur compared to everything else. They do need some strong side laners. EXP or, well, EXP, no choice at this point. in terms of other junglers that Uni can actually play to go toe-to-toe against potentially a Barats, potentially a Ling. Probably not going to be marksman-oriented.
I think they should ban the Masha right here, just because of how Xenomao has pretty much won their game last week with the Masha. But with the Arlott, isn't that much of an issue. But again, nope, ignoring it here. They are going to respect his Fanny for now. Masha is up for grabs if Monster Vicious wants to go for it, but I don't see Smooth playing Masha.
I think he can play Masha if he wants to. Barats just has to play towards the gold side of the map, and Masha has to fend for herself, right?
I think Arlott isn't too bad. It's something that of a denial pick away from Xenomao's comfort heroes on the XP lane.
Is it going to matter? Let me think for a second. I think it depends on what the KGE plans on playing for their mid lane, right? I think overall, if they pick up Masha early on, blind Masha, I think that's totally fine into MV and then final pick what their mage is going to be, or they can do it vice versa. Regardless, it kind of depends on whether KGE is worried about the Masha overall, right? Because Masha can make sure that Roger doesn't exactly have a good time in lane. MV, very smart of them, ban out the farmers as well, get rid of the extra utility.
This is smart. I really like Diggy this game, but at the same time, Diggy doesn't have a lot of damage. He's great utility here for the side of King Empire. Like, it's just Minotaur out, I don't care. I just walk out of it. But the problem is they will lose out a lot of magic damage here if King Empire goes for that route. So, I don't know. I feel like right now, the mage here for Dato is going to be the important one. He needs a mage that can deal with both the Nathan as well as the Valentina without giving away a lot of utilities. Like, if he goes for the Farsa again, not a big fan. If he goes for the Lilia, not a big fan as well. But, well, oh yeah! Oh my god! How did we just forget about this? Vexana just completely slipped my mind.
I think, you know, even KGE are suspecting that Uni might still actually go for a damaged jungler, right? Like, yes, Lilia probably would have been the most ideal pick in these types of situations, especially knowing that it does well against both tank jungler and as well as Minotaur at the same time. It's kind of the overlap that they were looking for, but I think this is just a safety precaution, right? They've got some big, easy ways to actually peel for that Roger, some good wombo combos, good synergies between Vexana, Florian, and as well as Barats, so their mid trio is kind of set in stone. So now MV is trying to figure out a response. Okay, so if they have a strong mid trio, mid lane might be a little bit harder to control than we would like because of the Minotaur, but now we have our divers as well as a Martis as well to try and make sure we can deal with the overall strong CC, not giving them that opportunity.
This is disgusting. It's very difficult to play here coming from KGE, right? Like, you've got a crowd control immune from Martis as well as Yuzhong. We've got a crowd control immune from Minotaur if he pops out there. Very, very difficult compositions, but they're playing it safe. Ruby for the final pick on KGE. What do you think?
Doesn't feel like a Sasa hero, but now I think this is the plateau that we were talking about to diversify their gameplay, right? Sutsujin on this Roger, we've seen Max pull it off before, so I wouldn't be too surprised if Sutsujin can do it as well. It's all going to come down to who gets that first blood, and if it goes onto a jungler, this could be very detrimental to either side. Very snowball-heavy compositions.
Well, seems like the draft has been set as well. Sasa playing a Ruby fighter rather than a marksman here to duke it down for the final match for today here. This is going to be the match to prove themselves on who is going to be on the top and who makes it to the next stage. In this case, Monster Vicious fighting for their lives and King Empire fighting for the top two. This is MV versus KGE.
All right, let's see how this game is going to progress, right? Because once again, it's very uncanny to see KGE play away from their gold laner for the very first time. And I want to see whether or not it's going to prove that their scrims have gotten some form of a result, right? Sutsujin has been on the back foot for so very, very long, and people have been complaining maybe he is the weakest link amongst KGE.
Well, may or may not is going to be the question here. But of course, King Empire, they're putting all their eggs in his basket right now. He is going to be the late game core for this game.
Smart.
But for now, what is Fix and Nova doing?
They're standing right in front of the lane to make sure, because Deto and as well as X-Win both only get useful at level 2. So they're taking advantage of level 1 as much as they can with Nova X Bobar. They don't know if he has taken up the knock-up or the motivational roar. I'm pretty sure it's the knock-up. But regardless, Sutsujin gets a free Lethal Wanderer. Mid still in control over MV. We look at the emblems, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
From both sides.
Yeah, both sides playing a little bit safe here. I do see a little bit of pressure down towards the jungle division here. Like Nova, he wants to try and apply a little bit of pressure, but there's just no follow-up, right? Like, as of yet, Valentina doesn't have the strongest burst pre-4 unless he hits like level 5 or level 4. He steals like a Vexana out, but again, Deto sending himself up top.
He sends himself up top for that wave pretty early on. I think he needed to break the free. Fakes needed to break the freeze coming in from Zona. Yeah. Considering where the wave is right now, it looked like Smooth had a freeze. So that means Fakes is going to have to absorb 2 waves here. They still don't know. Oh, Smooth has no idea Fakes.
Oh no, they're gonna force a fight here. Smooth, he's almost hitting 4 as well. That's a decent amount of damage to be sized up as well. 4 seconds left before this turtle here.
What?
Great start coming from Monster Vicious to kind of set up for this preliminary fights. But again, King Empire, do they want to fight this? Nope. It seems like they are trying to force it as well. Smooth's half HP.
I mean, Smooth is also level 4. Keep that in mind. Here comes the Black Dragon form to try and deny the space.
Okay, they are going to go for it as well. Susujin still focusing on his orange buff. Turtle buff already in the hands of Monster Vicious, so no go for King Empire.
Sasa is doing very well in this lane, right? Being really, really obnoxious. He sees Nova X Kobar. He's going to walk away. Doesn't matter how much damage he really takes. He can sustain back into the lane as soon as he wants to. Bloom being passed over to Deto once more. Trying to get a little bit of extra stats to help him clear out that wave. And now MV. From this point onwards, King Empire should be able to predetermine what the tempo is like. Every lane, if they need to forcefully push their lane, they can absolutely do so.
Oh, this is interesting here. X-Wing still very close to the 4. Once he gets his 4, we will have a free heal globally from the side of King Empire. But again, no reactions, no aggressive maneuvers coming from King Empire. They're just playing safe. Likewise coming from Monster Vicious. Interesting.
Hey, keep in mind that whoever gets that first blood is basically going to control the next 5 minutes of the game, right? So I don't think anybody really wants to make a mistake as of right now, considering the styles of compositions both junglers are deciding to play.
Oh, seems like they're going to force the Minion's Rage as well. It almost connects on X-Wing. They're trying to heal him over here as well. Susujin taking the full brunt of combos, cannot get out. Now, here comes Sasa to try and retaliate as well. Dato was able to trade him off, but now Monster Vicious, they're dropping so low. Sasa, he doesn't have cooldowns. He could not stop Ruff. He's going to get kited down. And the turnaround as Monster Vicious gets a triple and a quad as well. Stolen away by Uni. Oh my goodness. What a mistake from the Kage.
Quite the mistake, in a matter of fact. Having already pushed out that lane, there's no reason that he shouldn't be in the middle of that fight trying to peel the rest of the members off to buy some extra time. But he's still playing like a gold laner right now. He understands he needs to be able to keep up time against Ruff. Sutsujin being on the receiving end of that damage, allowing Uni to get 3 kills. That's going to be big for him for this upcoming turtle fight because he's going to be significantly stronger.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, right? Considering the fact that the bloom wasn't on Susujin, it was on Dato prior to that fight. And because of that, Susujin might have survived, may or may not, but again, a very, very slim margin here for error. But again, good job for Monster Vicious. A lot of chain CCs all the way through. And now, once again, turtle control in their favor. King Empire still needs Smooth to kind of gobble up Uni. But
no, I think they're giving this up.
Very difficult. Yeah, they have given this up.
They are giving this up, right? They can't really do much. Even if Smooth is able to get a really good Daytona's welcome onto Uni's side, there's a good chance Uni is able to dodge that, right? And let's not forget that Sutsujin is a full level down on Uni at the same time.
Yeah, he's so far off as well. He's just going to be prioritizing his farm. But as of yet, Monster Vicious taking the lead here. They're not extending too much to try and push the boundaries. Well, because of this, King Empire, they will have a little bit more space to fight this.
Space for now. Deto getting the Necklace of Durant going to be very, very helpful against the motivational roar. But Sasa, this is where it gets really difficult, right? This is it to be expected.
Yeah, they pop the Entropy, they pop the Minion Rage instantly. Chain CC deleted as well. No way out. Fix even has the stolen out here coming from Dato. And Dato now gonna be chain stunned. Wait, he drops his auto. What were you doing there? He got chain stunned all the way through, could not get out. Uni gets the kill. King Empire just loses 2 for free.
Bad spacing there, bad spacing. A slight mechanical mistake coming in from King Empire's side, ending up giving another kill over to MV. This is the snowball that they're looking for, right? 2.1, I'm expecting to see MV start to fight for resources on King Empire's side of the map. Sutsujin needs to clear this quick because afterwards, he's not going to be able to have enough team members to deal with maybe 4, maybe even 5 members of MV.
Oh boy. Speaking of the members here, it feels like Smooth is in a situation where he is big now, but he can't seem to find the fight that favors King Empire at all, just because of the fact that they just lack the damage setup. Because right now, he's gonna try and gobble the bomb, but no, gets cancelled. Oh wait, he didn't even use it though. Uni does very good his timings on his Martis.
Yeah, no need to waste cooldowns here. More importantly, they still got the retribution out of him.
Oh, Nova now gonna get kited as
Use
well.
that-
Fakes with the Terrified, needs to flicker out. Didn't even use the Daytona's welcome here. Monster Vicious with their annoying CCs. Seems like King Empire, they're just getting pinned around like bowling balls.
Yeah, I can't do much about it. I think that King Empire needs to play on the opposite side of the map now. Nothing much they can really do here, right? Even Sasa, at this point, any more gold being invested into him might just be a waste of time compared to like putting into people like Deto and as well as Sutsujin who can actually scale.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling right now, they need more out of Susujin, but currently, yeah, he just can't find Uni. Uni's like 4-0-1. This is the dream game for Amartys, but of course, if the scores were in favor of Susujin, it is going to be a completely different script. So it was pretty much a gamble between who takes the lead here, but bottom lane, Susujin now going to get chains done with fakes as well. They keep him alive, and he's going to be A-okay because of the bloom. Dato looking for the follow-up counterplay, but Fakers, they need to get out. Smooth, can he get the fight here? He's got the Daytona's Vocal, but he's getting kite with the Terrify from Fakers, as he is not going to be able to trade off the kill. And because of this wasted time, Monster Vicious is going to be attacking the middle turret as well. Uni also looking to invade Susujin. He gets the 2v1 himself, gets the Decimate. Susujin taken out. Bye-bye.
Uni just trying to find the space to close the distance against Sutsujin before he transforms to get the Decimate off. Very good idea from MV, right? You could see they could have pushed forward with Smooth, but they would have lost a lot of farm for Sutsujin, particularly on the top side of the map. So MV are making sure that they're closing in on every angle to make sure that they feel that pressure of that early triple kill going over to Uni.
Eesh, this is tough. This is really tough. Like, what? It feels like King Empire, it looks very lost right now on what they should be doing right now.
They're just waiting for power spikes, unfortunately.
Well, in this case, X-Win still got a long way to go.
Oh.
Sasa with I'm offended to go to run, but instantly gets stopped by Nova X-Coma with the Minos Rage. There's no follow-up, but he still got the kill on Ruff. Black Dragon is there, Smooth looking for the patch. Daytona's Welcome misses the mark. And Fakes, he manages to escape. And Monster Vicious, they lose only the marksman. But King Empire, good retaliation.
Unfortunate. Smooth losing both of his most valuable resources, the Flicker as well as his Daytona's Welcome, and unfortunately not able to find the right angle to help out people like Sutsujin. Sutsujin cannot get in on these fights. Like, Uni is doing a very good job at mirroring his positions.
Oh boy, MV, they're pulling the dinosaur right now. He doesn't have stacks. They're going to try and make an attempt here. They force Dato's Flicker, almost pulls him back. Nicely done. Safe disengage, and Dato looking for the punch here, but Sasa needs to back out. He's getting chain stun. Flicker's out there as well, but Uni, he's got them all pinned in. He's looking for the Decimate. Sasa trying to bait Uni out of position, but he's getting poked so hard, but here it comes! There he goes! Sutsujin finds the opportunity! It was all a bait! He gets the Maniac! It was all a setup for the Roger!
That's what he was waiting for. MV now overstepping their boundaries, thinking Sutsujin can't do it. He won't go for it. But all of the MV members, one after the other, realizing that Sutsujin has been power farming this whole time. That Lycan Pouch hurts.
That is the dream catch for Sutsujin. King Empire waited so long to condition Monster Vicious, finally allowing them to get the kill here. Let's take an instant replay to talk through this.
I mean, just watch this. The fact that Sasa lives here was already surprisingly enough, but the members of MLBB weren't paying attention to how much life they actually had, with 4 very healthy members on the side of King Empire, and more importantly, with X-Win holding on to that ult, making sure that everybody stays healthy. Monster Vicious need to make sure when they take these fights, it's very in and out. They don't want to stay in for too long. It's burst, take out key targets, move back, or if you've already gotten a trade of 2 kills for nothing, might as well press the advantage.
Yeah, beautiful bait though. Like, Sasa's low health there was a indicator to just tempt Uni. Stay longer, drop your health low enough to allow Sutsujin to come online, and that was a perfect turnaround for King Empire.
Oh, no.
But again, now they force the Black Dragon here to try and zone out for the Lord. Lord is going to be taken out for now. But again, the Black Dragon not committing to anything here. Fortunately for him, he does have the Petrify, but King Empire, they've got the sustains. And you talked about Power Spike. Right now, X-Wing's heals seems to be a force to be reckoned with.
It's very relevant right now, and he's also got the Evolved Bloom, right? So now the on-hit effect is available.
Okay, they are going to make an attempt as well. Nova goes Scobar with the Minon's range, but they get chain stun all the way through. Great stop with Datos out, and now Susuji comes online. He's looking to go for the wraparound, but a turret and no minions forces them to back off, while Smooth is going to be hammering on the bottom side here. Monster Vicious, they get the reset. But who are they going to focus here? They're going to be splitting a fight 2-2. Top side, Susujin almost taking an inhibitor, but seems like they just don't have the damage. Another wave of minions down to Mizir here. Can they take it off? They're focusing down, and they finally get it. And now on the outskirts, Nova is going to get caught out. He's taking too much damage. They get the Minotaur, but they trade Sasa's life for it. As King Empire looking to get more. They need to reset once again, but the heals from this Florin is keeping them all topped up. They get all the out inhibitors, and they will settle with just that.
Yeah, they need to back off. A majority of their members are actually running out of mana. Smooth cannot keep this siege up for any longer than this, but a huge turnaround in terms of gold, right? Sutsujin, I was worried for him in that fight. He was 2 people were on top of him, and he was in Lycan form, right? So all he has is the Lycan Pounce, and he's just waiting for somebody to throw something at him. He also buys the Brute Force Breastplate, added a bit of movement speed on top of it all. In terms of damage ranking, we're seeing that both Ruff and Fakes are at the top of the leaderboards. But as of right now, I think that MV need to calm down. They need Ruff in a better position. Ruff cannot be chasing these kills by himself. He needs to focus on that front line and start setting up these resets for Uni.
Oh, speaking of resets here, Uni, he had a great start. Like, not gonna lie, he had one of the great starts here, but now he needs to be a little bit more careful on his engagements here. He's very disruptive, but again, King Empire found a way. Just bait out all his stacks here, bait out his Ashura. Once he's got no more immune, chain stun. That's where Monster Vicious is gonna come in. And so far, right now, Nova, he starts the fight really nice. But what if King Empire out-sustains that? What then? Nothing.
Well, I mean, it all comes down to, can you find the key targets? Can you take out Deto? Can you take out Sutsujin? And I think a big part of it is finding these 2 core members from the side of King Empire, right? Their 6k gold lead means that they're getting to their 4th items pretty quickly. And I think that MV, it's going to be difficult for them to actually deal with this upcoming Lord if it falls into the hands of King Empire. So, I mean, good luck, Uni. You're level 15. Let's see whether you can steal this away.
Yeah, speaking of fights here now, they're just waiting for the leads to get shoved in. Fakes shows himself down at the base. Now King Empire is going to try and force an issue. Smooth does have the Daytona's welcome. Uni still looking for the fight here. They force the Black Dragon in. Susujin secures the Lord. Now they have the run. Uni dropping down pretty low. Sasa still has the pull. He gets 2. But Susujin, he could not jump across the wall. Uni down to his 1 HP. He needs to run. They cannot do so anymore. King Empire, they find him. They take him out. Oh boy.
Nova did not follow up with Uni, who was trying to go for the steal. He tried walking up, but again, Smooth, Sasa, Deto, all just peeling him away.
Now with the minions as well coming in, the Crystal half HP, they're slowing him down. Susujin trying to go for the range form, getting a little bit greedy, but he does have the heal, so they are going to play it a little bit safe for now. They're trying to force reactions, but Uni, 10 seconds on the sidelines with the Lord coming in. They have to drop everything for this year, Monster Vicious. King Empire waiting for the strike here. Nova from the side, he's going for the Minon's range. He pops in, he connects on 2. Where's the follow-up? Not going to be good enough here, but the Black Dragon trying to buy a little bit more time. Can they make work on the Lord? No, they cannot. Uni is being as disruptive as they can, but Dato, he finds a kill on Victus. He gets the double kill. It wasn't enough from the monsters as the Empire strikes back.
Surgical from KGE, the one fight that they were looking for, and they never let go of their lead ever again. Highly fundamental, very much playing down to earth.
The Empire showing us that it is not a fluke. It wasn't a downsize, but it was all about finding opportunities. The biggest catch to set the tempo as the Empire were able to bounce back from a very, very difficult early game.
Yep, so far so good for the Empire. I think this new plateau that they're reaching is interesting to see. They need to keep evolving here. How long can they actually pull this off before MV decide otherwise? The double fighter lane seeming to be more popular here in MY than some of the other regions. I don't necessarily agree with it, but considering that the results are looking good, especially when you're fighting up against a Natan and he's somehow losing that lane early on against that Ruby, it's just what can you really do about it?
Yeah, but it's funny to see how things kind of escalate in a way, right? Like, normally, I feel like King Empire looks very, very uncomfortable with this double fighter composition here. But again, like I said, putting all your eggs in your basket. Susujin, if he did not get that Maniac, that was pretty much, you know, Monster Vicious continuing to just choke KG all the way through. But of course, with that being said here, they were able to bounce back. The MVP is going to be undeniably Suzuji himself, all the way from Indonesia, age 20 MVP.
Yep.
Or KG.
Still very, very young. It's good to see that they're playing through their jungler this time around, especially on a damage-dealing jungler, so you kind of don't have a choice, right? He opted to go for specific items in this jungle build to actually speed up his clear. Things like Windtalker, things like War Axe, for an example, to make sure that once he is high on stacks, he's not only got the movement speed and the attack speed, but plenty of damage to power farm all of his camps pretty efficiently and a lot faster than Martis once those two are online. The rest of his items are for pure damage and, more importantly, to survive the initial cutback that we've been seeing. A lot of the MV members just looking to try and get on top of him, whether it be Fakes, whether it be Nova X Kobar flickering in on him with a Minoan Fury. It can get a little tough, but it really helps when you're max stacked on your brute force breastplate on top of actually having the Thunderbell. The extra health really makes the difference here.
Yeah, and to top it off, you've got a Bloom as well, which again, level 1 Bloom, not exactly the greatest, but once you reach to the later stage of the game where Florence Bloom becomes much more prevalent in terms of overall damage output as well as HP percentage here, it is going to be something that you kind of want to have, especially on a jungler. And what really surprises me is that despite all that, Susujin, quote-unquote, was just waiting for the right moment to strike. Like, he may not have the strongest damage output based on these items, but what I do like is that they will understand that Roger's go time is when everyone's health is below 50%.
And especially if some of the bigger resources are gone, right? Keep in mind that their CC is very dependent around cooldowns. Fakes, he needs to have 2 Shadow Strikes connect before that fear goes through. Nova X Kobar, he does have the leap and he does have the Minoan Fury, but that's the main engage tool, right? So the follow-up CC and disruption needs to come in from Xeno with that Petrify, but unfortunately they don't group close enough to be able to find these key targets, right? I think that's where the big difference between KGE and MV is. When the fights start getting messy, it looks like KGE has a better composure overall compared to Monster Vicious.
Yeah, that's the thing about Monster Vicious composition. Like Minotaur, again, once you go in, you can't exactly extend the fight, right? Like major big cooldowns on the ultimate as well. You can't really stall and peel from the fights itself. And in this case, KGA just has the better overall peel. But that being said here, let's talk about the overall damage dealt here. Dato, obviously 52,000 with Susujin 57,000, and I was expecting a little bit lesser from Susujin considering how he struggled in the early game. But for him to bounce back with those critical kills here, I like this, KG. Like, I like how they just, you know, Susujin was able to pull a big W for this game.
I don't know. I still think they are kind of passive sometimes, right? I'm not seeing opportunities being generated amongst the side laners to make things happen. It's very reactive to what MV is doing right now. It could be that they need a little bit of a warm-up to really start getting the momentum on their side, especially after game number 1. I would expect game number 2 to be a little bit better from KGE if they try to go for this composition again. My biggest issue with MV as of right now is there's not enough peel for Ruff's side, right? And yes, Detho pretty much outranges the entirety of MV, but I do think that's kind of on their EXP laners to create that space. I think KGE is very respectful of the Black Dragon form, but I do think that Ruff needs to be more disciplined in his approaches. Just play front to back. It doesn't necessarily mean that you want to use your entropy to get on top of Suzuki to get more shots down.
Yeah, and speaking of the shots, right? Like, I think Ruff was caught in the middle of both Sasa as well as Smooth a lot of the majority of times. And because of that, like I said as well, he's in front trying to do damage here. But as soon as they see Ruff, they immediately try and go for the chain stuns all the way through. And when that is actually happening as well, I feel like it was very difficult considering how Uni and Zeno Mawad is so far ahead. And every single time they start a fight, Ruff is always in a situation where, do I use the entropy forward just to keep up with my teammates, or do I just use it to disengage? So it was a very tough call for Ruff to make the play. But again, you know, I wouldn't blame Ruff completely, but it feels like KGE just was able to find one mistake from MV and just turn the tides in their favor.
Well, that's to be expected, right? That's to be expected from these types of compositions from both sides. They generally want to do the same thing. They want to snowball out of control, and I think that MV was being the more proactive team until it finally bit them in the butt when KGE scaled in the later half of the game. I mean, that's why the score is 8-11, right? Overall, not the highest kill score game so far, and when we talk about even turrets, right, they're just funneling that gold into Sutsujin.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing about the draft coming from KGE. Like, double fighters, side lanes, personally, I'm not a big fan of it here, but it does help a little bit more in the sense where when you transition into the mid to later stage again, they are very annoying and hard to deal with. And you can see even Monster Vicious in early game. Great, they've got a lot of CCs, they're going for the wombo combos, but where's the damage coming from? And in this case, the timings for KGE was pretty much up onto its X-Win, hitting those level 12, level 14 mark, where the heals from Florin gets ridiculously high compared to a Minotaur's heal.
Well, I don't know. I think that X-Win has to play a very different game compared to when we usually see him on that Grok, right? He's not looking for gank opportunities. He's looking for disruption, right? He's trying to hit Nova X Kobar mid-air in that jump, so there's a little bit of time for KGE to reposition before the flicker Minoan Fury. I think that X-Win also has to be, especially aware of the members, the side laners, both Sasa and as well as Smooth, how much damage they can actually take, because he can't leave Deto or Sutsujin by themselves if he wants to walk up and try to heal both Sasa and Smooth.
Well, this is the heals I was talking about as well. X with 72,000 heals as compared to Nova's 30,000, which, quote-unquote, he did get a Flask of Oasis on this Minotaur. But again, cooldowns, not exactly the greatest. I think in the most recent patch as well, they did nerf Minotaur's heals by a huge margin in his current patch. So it's a little bit irrelevant now, but I like how KGE just understood their timings a little bit better. And again, like you said as well, Monster Vicious, they just gave too much space to KGE.
I think that Monster Vicious, if they're looking to close out these games, they really have to hard target somebody. And I think, at a certain point, MV should have been taking resources away from the jungler rather than keep trying to put Sasa behind, because at the end of the day, Sasa doesn't scale as hard compared to Ruff. And I think that they kind of lost that vision later on into the game. But then again, it was a relatively short game overall. Look at that. Gold per minute coming from Sutsujin, 962. This man was power farming, and that's why KGE were like, okay, it's totally fine. As long as Sutsujin is getting farm and he doesn't die too often, he should be okay.
This is the Sutsujin I remember before he joined MPL My. Like, when it counts, when you need him the most, he will deliver. And this is a good memory. I would say a good trip down memory lane for him. And I like that if they are able to maintain this, it's going to be good. But again, this is against Monster Vicious we're talking about, right? Like, we haven't seen KGE get their revenge against the top team. Like, hopefully, during the playoffs, they will get that opportunity.
Look, I think that Sutsujin is very much a gamer. I think that until I see him play Ling, that's when I'm going to be confident that he's back. Because I think that's when he is going to be, by far, the most proactive across the map. You don't have a choice. You're an assassin jungler with high mobility at the same time. If you look at the game highlights, it's just a recap of what actually happened. The earlier stages of the game, and off of this play alone, Monster Vicious were able to take a significant lead over KGE, right? Because again, fortunately for Sasa, he himself making a mechanical mistake and giving over a triple kill to Uni, and also a kill over to Fakes, right? You would have imagined from this point onwards that King Empire would have started to fall off, but once this maniac comes from Sutsujin, this went downhill fast for MV.
Yeah, that was just the first mistake that King Empire had to make, and they had to just play catch up ever since here. But this was a very nice catch from Smooth as well. Didn't exactly catch as well. Daytona's welcome, pulling Nova back outside and just pinning him to the wall before the fight even begins. So very, very interesting way of playing this, but it seems like they have their own version of a Kaja Divine Judgment. Instead of using the Kaja, we've got a big dinosaur just going in, catches one, spits one out, flickers out backwards. So that was a very, very interesting catch, and because the Lord was pushing in, right? So it's, a little bit disruptive.
It is disruptive. It makes you question whether MV should have taken a couple more purifies in that game. But I think you know, regardless of anything that has happened, it just came down to just how do you punish your opponents, and I think they put their resources in the wrong places. I think there should have been a bigger focus on Sutsujin rather than Sasa. Getting rough ahead totally was supposed to be the idea, but they kind of forgot that Deto has a lot of range, so he's got to be careful with that entropy. All of things, I'm confident that at least Haru is going to relay back to the players, because it's not like they had a bad plan, it's just unfortunate that it turned out this way.
Yep, and of course, when it comes to bingos, right, like I feel like when we talk about skins, we've seen players, we've seen some of the fans trying to roll up on screen as well here. Guess what? Now is the perfect time to actually play bingo, because right now, the King of Fighters are currently available here from the 24th of April all the way to the 31st of May, where you can join the MLBB KOF 97 Bingo Draw event and take a shot at winning 3 brand new KOF collab skins and unlock their exclusive ID tags here. From the 30th of April, which of course has been over right now, the gold ID tag is no longer available, but you can still snag the current one, which is the exclusive silver ID tags when you get those skins. So be sure to start rolling right now, because why? There's a 50% discount on the first 10 draws, as well as the daily first draws of today. So don't miss out these amazing opportunities as well. Get your KOF skins.
If you're 27 or maybe you're looking to transition into your 30s, the bingo is always a fun thing to go for. But more importantly, KOF for the 97 babies out there, it came out at the same time that you guys were born. Hey, big shout outs. That's why we were having the birthday earlier. Shout out from Homeboy. Wait, no, it's not the Homeboys' side.
It was the Niners.
It was the Niners side. Just for the quick correction there. But still, yet again, for the upcoming game, I think that KGE, to me, I think this is quite experimental. I think it's interesting to see them try playing this style, because again, I've mentioned it before, their identity is to play around Sasa. And now that they're playing across Sutsujin, I like it a lot. The question is does it have that finesse? Is it refined down and distilled into a workable product?
It feels a little bit different for me, considering the fact that, hey, you know, usually when we see a team like King Empire, like just because of Sasa, because of Smooth, we always see that, hey, if things don't work out for Sasa, you've got Smooth to rely on. Oh, if Smooth doesn't work out, you've got somebody else to rely on here. But for them to play a different playstyle where they're saying funneling into one player, it's pretty much not their usual playstyle. So this is something that I feel like it's a big surprise factor for me. But again, like I said, very, very difficult to pull off. But right now, we've got taunts here towards Yoni.
He's like, come here, but the man refuses to show his face. How will he ever know it's him? 2 minutes until the next draft starts to begin here. And I think, you know, at least for MV's side, I don't think they're going to change much. I think they're happy to kind of sit on the blue side this time around. Then again, it is Coach Haru. He might be thinking going on the red side might be a little bit better, so they don't let King Empire go for the fake out at the very end.
Again, that's the thing, right? When we talk about players like Smooth, right? Right now, he has the most picked hero. Well, let's talk a little bit more on the most picked hero here, Benedetta, with a very, very high win rate for Smooth, which is 100%, but followed by Zenomao with 67%, and then Yechi with 33% here, but Iris on a 100% win rate. So based on these stats here, what do you think? Do you think Benedetta is reliable?
Yeah, she's extremely reliable. She doesn't have any bad matchups. She doesn't have any like super good matchups, and overall is just the Swiss Army knife similar to Claude in the gold lane, right? You just, if worse comes to worse, oh no, it's a bad matchup, I can clear waves, right? And having priority might just be more important than winning out the lane, because if you're turning 4v4s into 5v4s, you're almost guaranteed to at least walk away with a couple of assists, if not a kill.
Yeah, and speaking of this as well, Zenomao going for his comfort heroes isn't really working out, and I was expecting them to bring in the Masha, but again, right now we're seeing the fans here, the KGE fans looking for a little bit of signs here. We do see Awek KGE. Who's the Awek KGE?
No idea. I'm more interested in who the teacher is, right? Where is this kid coming from, shouting out to his teacher, watching MPL? Big shout outs to you. Let's have a look at what KGE Smooth has to say with the MPL MY Insiders.
Well, he said that, do you think this season's roster is better than... We asked the question, do you think this season's roster is better than last season? He answered, maybe it's the last season. My English wasn't that good this season. We have players from Indonesia and Malaysia, so communication is better than the last season. And the Indonesian players, their language is almost the same as BM. but it's much easier now. So I guess previous season he was struggling in terms of communication, and he started to learn a little bit more this time.
Well, I mean, communicating in English can be particularly difficult. Like, speaking it is one thing, writing it is a completely separate ballgame. But more importantly, when you have one of the more important roles in professional play, you really need to be able to relay this type of vital information to the rest of the team.
Yeah, but speaking of vital information, draft seems to be a little bit different now coming from Monster Vicious. As you can see, Harry with chips coming from KGE, but Monster Vicious, they are not banning the Novaria this time.
Well, not yet. They can ban it out at the final as their final ban before they start off. I don't think it's really changed based off of game number 1. Exact same bans overall. KGE doing the exact same thing, but this time making sure they're doing it on the blue side. Let's see what else they want to get rid of. Probably going to stick to their own game plan here unless they are worried about the Martis, which I don't think so. They get rid of the Matilda. Thank God.
But do they want to still get the Barats as priority, you know?
I mean, probably not.
I saw how Smooth was struggling so much in that game, which is something that I feel like is a little bit not his comfort zone. But for now, Monster Vicious, do they ban the Novaria and let the Roger through once again?
I think that... I think they ban out the Novaria, right? I think even if they give the Roger over to KGE side, not the biggest deal in the world.
Okay. KGE, seems like they might just first pick the Roger here. And maybe flex it for Sasa to just play the Roger in case they want to flex it for Sutsujin. But again, not a big fan of the previous first game, but he definitely pulled out a pocket strategy from them. But for now, first pick. Okay, Roger. It is.
Yep. Because they're still again, I don't think KGE is going to change their game plan, right? I think they're going to still consider whether or not Sutsujin is going to be able to carry this team, bring them to the finish line, right? So might as well test it. If they did it in game number 1, it doesn't look like there's any reason not to do it in game number 2 unless MV shows something off in the draft that is worthwhile, right? Single target lockdown maybe is a pretty good deterrent. Healing. Natan gets locked in once again for MV and also Minotaur. So it looks like MV going to be changing up, not really changing up their plan too much as well.
Doubling down on that means that if KGE decides to mirror what they had in game number 1, we are going to be seeing a mirror matchup once again for KGE. But again, do they want to do it? Do they want to just pick the Barats Florin right here?
I think they're going to pick... I don't think it's going to be Barats Florin. I think worst comes to worst, it's going to be like Barats Valentina for the side of KGE.
I think give Smooth his Paquito and then just give Neto the Valentina. But nope, not happening. They're doubling down on the Barats Florin once again. So they are sticking to something that works for them. Comfort picks as a priority for KGE.
They're not deviating from their draft plan here. I think this is a good position, especially in a draft where you're still questioning, because there's no guarantee, right? There's no guarantee that the Barats is going to go into the jungle. There's no guarantee that the Roger is going to go into the jungle. So it still leaves a lot. To be questioned for in the second phase. I think MV can start narrowing down on a couple of heroes here, but Fanny, very early for Uni this time.
I like this. This is the legendary Uni Fanny that helped them get 4th place in previous season when he was playing with Lunatics. This was a very, very long time ago, and we finally get to see it down right here, right now. And because KGE has locked in the Florin and Barats, means they don't really have a hard lockdown for this Fanny right now.
I mean, they can change it up. Technically, Barats can work. We've seen Sutsujin on a Barats catch a Fanny mid-air before. I'm pretty sure he can do it again. We see, the Ruby ban for the side of MV. I like that. I like that a lot, because even if they do decide to go double fighter lane, at the very least, team fighting can be just slightly easier for these assassins to get in.
Well, it seems like they just want Sasa to play the Roger.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily just yet. Let's see what their bans are first.
Okay, let's see. Vexana still in the pool. Something that Neto has been very, very comfortable in here. Do they just want to deny it away from him? Or, again, Valentina still in the pool as well, which I don't think the Valentina is going to be good in this situation here. But KGE, they banned the X-Borg first, so they might double down on tanky heroes once again.
Yeah, they might throw Sutsujin the Barats this time around if they are banning out the X-Borg. Am I right? Now, we go back to MV. They've already gotten rid of one. I don't think they're going to... they could focus on single target lockdown, but I mean... Florin has already been picked up for the side of KGE, right? So it's not the supports that they're worried about. They're more worried about what this EXP later is going to have to deal with, whether it be Barat or maybe even a counter pick, potentially Yutong or Paquito in these situations.
Yeah, I think Paquito is pretty good against a Fanny. Like, he comes in the cable, double punch, boom. Fanny is going to be dropped down towards 10% health. But here, I've got a question now. Like, based on the previous ban, Nolan was banned in the previous series. They banned the Faramis again from MV, but is Nolan good against his Fanny matchup?
Yeah. Honestly, not really, right? Because Nolan is very dependent on overlapping his fractures to make sure you get some relevant damage on the Fanny, right? So it's kind of a toss-up. It's kind of a toss-up because one of the few counters to Nolan is the fact that you're either too tanky that his damage isn't relevant and you have CC to block him, or you're just hyper mobile so he can't even get the damage on top of you in the first place, right? That's why a lot of people decide to opt to take, flickers instead of going for traditional Aegises these days. But KGE, they still have one more ban. Let's see what this ban is going to be. I think Valentina needs to go. No, they get rid of Lo Yi instead.
Okay, they're looking to clump up as quickly as they can, as much as they can. But at the same time, what are the chances they just go all in and just bring in a Saber jungle just for the sake of just one-shotting the Fanny?
Probably not. Probably not.
I'm hoping to see something different, but yeah, most likely it's not happening.
I think at this point of time, what really rounds up the composition without giving too much? Oh, never mind. They've already locked it in. Turizla to fight for priority against Smooth in the EXP lane.
Paquito? Paquito Smooth? Barat Smooth? Very, very tough decision coming from KGE. But based on what I'm seeing right now, KGE seems to be having an identical draft coming from game number 1 here. Do they want to just give Rex once again? Because as of yet, I feel like it doesn't matter what they don't play. They will have a lot of problems against Uni right now.
Yeah.
Akai?
Last time they wanted to play like a slow peeling composition, right? Akai is not a bad shout. Valentina gets locked in and CC gets locked in. Okay, so they're going back to their traditional playstyle because now it's not possible for them to actually go for a double fighter composition, especially since Fanny is able to like really hard punish some of these side laners now that the main picks have gone out. Like Ruby in particular is notorious to go into the gold lane.
Well, technically, based on what you're saying, it looks not that bad, but what are chances this is a CC gold lane? Right?
Probably.
Oh no.
CC goal lane forcing Roger to face off against the Fanny. Okay, I mean, it all comes down to priority, right? If Roger gets invaded by this Fanny, or maybe even more with the help of Nova X Kobar, I'm expecting these side laners to move out of their lane. Like, I expect Sasa to be constantly moving. I'm expecting Smooth to be constantly moving.
This is going to be a very, very difficult match here, but of course, King Empire, they're doubling down on their double fighter side lanes once again, like how they did in game 1, and it's up to Monster Vicious to destroy the composition in game number 2 with a little bit of adaptations here. They bring in Uni's Fanny. Can they do it? Because we're right now, we're heading into game number 2. This is going to be King Empire versus Monster Vicious.
Let's jump right in. The score currently match point for KGE. One more is going to help them push back up into the top 2 spot and maybe secure themselves an upper bracket bye for the playoffs. On the other hand, MV, it's all or nothing here. They need to make sure that they accumulate enough points against KGE and their upcoming rivals to make sure that they actually stay and not fall into relegation territory.
Yeah, and as of yet, this is actually a pretty good game for Uni, considering the fact that King Empire doesn't have very, very strong early invades against this Fanny, especially this early with this Florin, who's currently being outmatched by both Nova as well as Fakus.
I mean, that's pretty atypical here. Not too surprised about this this type of matchup, especially when you're on the Vexana. Vexana has really good wave clear, so it all comes down to how this Minotaur is able to get into the face of X-Win, who doesn't have the base damages to really threaten their opponents other than sustainability, right? Because look at this. Now none of the damage actually sticked from level 1, and both X-Win and Deto are in a very healthy position.
Yeah, Beto looking to harass Fakus a little bit more, but based on these emblems, anything out of the Honorary, I do see Inspired up on Valentina for Potato.
Yeah, just make sure that he has lower cooldowns, right? He still has the Wilderness Blessing to make sure that he can match the rotations against Fakes if he does decide to leave that lane. But I'm very worried for Sutsujin right now. It's not going to be as easy as it was previously, and more importantly so, it's not like I'm very used to seeing Sasa on anything other than a marksman.
Yeah, true, but triple quantum charge, Dato, Smooth, and Sutsujin, just to have that additional mobility. Is it gonna matter against a Fanny? That's my question.
I mean, it's not just the Fanny that you have to think about, right? It's about walking away from Nova Escobar, running away from Ruff when he uses that entropy. More importantly, like Xenomount, if he jumps in with that penalty zone, you need to be able to walk away, whether with a flicker or at the very least the boost the movement speed you get from the quantum charge.
Well, I guess that's gonna be the situation here for them. But meanwhile, let's see, Oni, second purple buff in this engagement here. Nobody gonna be prioritizing on the turtle. Both Xenomount and Smooth does has that early fall. Everyone has those battle spells. And they're just waiting for somebody to give the step up. First game was King Empire, but this time Monster Vicious seems to be losing a little bit too much health on Nova. So priority is up on King Empire. While Monster Vicious, they're gonna send Xenomount to try and bait this out. Turtle gets reset once again, but seems like Smooth. Can he steal the grab? Oh, he gets it. Oh, okay. He was bad, Marini.
This is honestly really...
Oh, okay.
This is looking really good for King Empire, right? They don't care about the turtle. It's about scaling into this game. As long as they don't give that very first kill over to Monster Vicious, things should fall in their hands. The lanes are going phenomenally for KGE, whether it be on the bot side or the top side. Like, look, as you can see, Nova Escobar, he's trying to figure out, I need to stay around this turtle, but my side laners need help. Like, Ruff is put down to 60% of his HP compared to Sasa, despite having a slight EXP lead.
Yeah, very, very difficult run here. But again, like you said as well, now Monster Vicious, they are going to try and commit the fight. But Uni, nowhere to be found yet here. Turtle finally being the objectives here. Down towards half HP. Xenomount looking to grind finish this ball. Uni, he steals the turtle. He's going for the spam. But now, here comes a counter play coming from Dato to catch him off guard. But it's not good enough. Sutsujin will be the first to fall, as King Empire cannot catch Uni at all, as they will have to concede this fight and back off.
Unfortunate. Sutsujin just chained CC to the ground. Couldn't do much about it. I definitely think they shouldn't contest it. They should not be contesting for this turtle. There's just so much farm to actually be accumulated across the map. No reason to start dying for things so early on, but I guess they need to make something happen, right?
Oh boy, Fakes with the opening catch as well. Like, very, very good follow-up coming from Fakes, as well as Xenomount for the engagement. But I feel like right now, King Empire, they made one blunder. This is a replication of how game one kind of happened as well. Cannot afford to just, you know, throw bodies out unnecessarily until the floor hits those timings. It's tough.
Speaking of timings, we're seeing that Uni should be able to develop at least a 1-level lead against Sutsujin. Even though it's very minor, there will be a window for it. Wait, entropy on the top side?
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try and force a fight against Sasa. Does have the ultimate. Nope, he's not gonna use it as well. He still has the vengeance as well. Uni got an early Halberd just to deal with the sustains coming from X-Wing as well as Sasa. So I like the early engagement, but he is gonna lose a lot of those power bursts on this Fanny.
I guess he understands that he won't be able to 1v5 just yet. There's just a lot of things that he has to cut through. So might as well go for the Sea Halberd first and then start considering the traditional items. Oh, Sasa.
Oh, speaking of fight, the vengeance keeps him alive, but it's not going to do him any good as well. Uni getting linked to Ruff, but the wall spam still good. Halberd as well to stop the spell vamp. And right now, the rest of KGE looking to try to find a bounce back here. Nova Escobar shows himself. Dato wants to try and fight this as well. He's got the Minon's Rage available, but Sutsujin says it's not worth it right now to take this fight.
No reason to, especially since Turtle is being taken away by Monster Visions as we speak.
Yep, Smooth looking to try and catch Uni. Uni doesn't have purple buff. Saving up the energy. Xenomount getting bullied out by this barrage here. Nova gets a penalty zone. They are going to go for the catch as well. But Fanny, he got caught up. Smooth stops in mid-air, and now Sutsujin looking for the hunt, looking for the kill. Xenomount 1 HP. Not going to be good. But now Uni going to be forced to purple buff again. Smooth. Great call there to stop the potential damage burst, and now he's going to be the one that takes the brunt here. But again, this is a tanky barrage. Doesn't matter.
Really great discipline coming in from KGE. I would have thought that Smooth wanted to use the Daytona's Welcome to guarantee a kill onto Zeno, especially since he already flickered for it, right? Even Nova decided to make an attempted play at the same time, it would have been a pretty big punish here, but his eyes are set on Uni. His eyes are set on securing these neutral objectives as early as possible.
Speaking of objectives here, MV needs to find a way to get over. Oh no, no, not like this. Sasa is gonna get popped his way through here. He's got the vengeance, sidesteps his way through. Uni forces out the way here, goes across, gets punished for this, and Uni could not get the one shot. Oh boy, great outplay here from Sasa.
Really nice play, and more importantly so, he still has the vengeance despite all of that, right? Smooth, looking to reopen the map, falls into 4.
Oh no, he walks into it. He's just gonna get destroyed here. Did not expect this. They dropped the ult here coming from Fakes, and now Sasa needs to find a way to heal himself up. The Lord, Empowered Lord, a little bit annoying to deal with here with the Guardian coming in for Fakes. Finally gets the job done. But middle side shoved in. Xenomao already here, but top side here, 1v1. Uni versus Susujin. Susujin has the damage, and Uni now just got his blade, so that's going to be a great power spike. But again, not much is happening for Monster Vicious.
Looking to bleed the bottom side of the map. Oh, Sasa cannot take that type of damage.
Oh no, Sasa, he's gonna go for it as well. The flicker catch comes move. He's gonna try and guarantee this fight. Deto is there to secure the kill. The stolen is gonna be counterplayed as well to stop them in track. But there is this no damage. X-Wing trying to get for a stun, but again, they've lost all damage. They need Susujin. Uni gonna be shoving the creep wave up top. Susujin finally joined in the fight, but it's hard to intersect. Middle tower still stands. Turtle will be the objective. Nova looking for his next ultimate here. He doesn't have his ultimate at all. Turtle easily secured by Susujin.
All right. Passive play. Despite Monster Vicious being up in kills, it's difficult for them. Once they lose a single one of their members, team fighting is not an option. But at least for Uni, he's able to kind of open up the map on the opposite side, right? Sasa has not been able to really participate in a majority of these fights. Ends up being a bait for the team, and Monster Vicious, they have to take precautions here, right? Their target, they don't want to make the same mistake as they did in game number 1. Their target is Sutsujin.
Yeah, in this case, Susujin has been farming cross-map all the way through, trying to mirror Uni as much as he can. And so far, he's doing a pretty okay job, but again, he needs that big kill, and Monster Vicious is not giving to him as well. But as soon as I say this, Susujin looking for a 1v1, even force a retribution, and now even Sasa dropping the ult to try and take Uni down. This is go time for for King Empire, but again, disengage comes in. Nothing much happened.
Well, they want to be the win condition, but I think they understand that it's going to be a lot harder to achieve with both teams refusing to make any mistakes as of right now. Even Nova, he's toned down a little bit. He's looking for these angles, but it hasn't been easy. It's a game of positioning from both sides. They're posturing for each other, and they're waiting for somebody to whiff so that they can punish.
Speaking of whiffs here, Susujin now just got his endless battle. That might be the true damage that they need to just completely one-shot an unsuspecting fellow. In this case, items here, reviewed himself. Zeno in the... Oh. They forced the Daytona's welcome. Not going to get the catch, so it's going to be a stalemate once again, as King Empire may not risk this fight at all. Unless... Oh, okay. Never mind. Close. But Susujin is pretty tanky right now. I don't think Uni can actually kill Susujin right at this stage. 1v1.
Yeah, I don't think so well.
He's barely taking him. No damage. What?
I mean, look at that hand cam, right? He is just taking his time with this, right? No need to kind of over-mechanic a difficult situation. More so, just focus on the farm. How do we get in? And I think that's what MV is discussing with the rest of their team members.
Oh, Xenomao getting chain stunned here. Smooth. Doesn't have the mana, doesn't have the health. Needs to be very careful on how he maintains this. He needs to maintain his stack. And right now, he's using the Little Wanderer to build it up. But again, it's tough. Smooth. He needs to do something. He needs to make a play. Dato, they've got the wrap round. They're going to go for it as well. Here he comes. Daytona's welcome is going to pin one. Now Zeno Mount also there. Minon's Rage stolen away. Dato with the counter play as well. They even dropped the Guardian to finish Smooth off. And here he comes. Susujin goes online. Double kill for him. Looking for the triple. Last HP, he could not get the light compound. So Uni will survive. And that is going to be a beautiful wipeout for King Empire.
Oof. Finally turning it back evening the odds, now taking control of the gold lead. This is exactly the power spike we were waiting for. 10 minutes and Sutsujin is already level 15, completely trying to outlevel Uni this entire time. And now it's going to be a retry battle, a disadvantage for Uni.
Yep, level 14 versus level 15. Dato, X-Win, they know exactly where he is. He does not have the purple buff and the energies to contest this, but it is going to be X-Win that gets the lore. Not even the retry is used from the side of Sutsujin.
It's too tough. It's hard to get in on this. X-Win now already with fleeting time and Smooth completing his Sky Guardian's helmet. He's going to be, I mean, he was tanking a lot earlier when he was getting chain CC to the ground, but now even more so, right? I think because of how even this game is so far, there's a good chance that MV might actually scale for the ultra late stages of the game.
Well, speaking of scaling right now, it seems like we haven't seen too much coming from Ruff. Like, ever since Ruff was able to actually pop his entropy, he's getting chain stunned by Dato by just counterplaying with those Minon's Rage, right? Every single time Nova starts up the fight, he does react, respond accordingly with his own Minon's Rage, and because of that, everyone from Monster Vicious has to take a standstill where nobody can do anything at all. But right now, Sasa is going to get bursted about. Uni looking for the kill, but no! Right in the pixel, he will not be able to go in for the kill here, but the tower will cancel the recall. He is going to back out.
They back out slowly, but this purple buff will fall into the hands of King Empire. Uni is not going to have access to it. I mean, at the very least, it's not like Uni has anything to fight for other than towers.
Yeah, but speaking of which here, he is still going to be going for the 1v1. He's trying his stem against Sasa. Here he comes. Sasa, oh, doesn't want to risk it. Tier 1 still stands for Monster Vicious. The top side, Sutsujin, I don't care about Tier 1. I'm going to take a Tier 2 instead.
Tier 1 still holding strong for MV on the bottom side of the map. Sasa should be able to crack that open. And I'm pretty sure that MV are going to head to... Oh.
Okay. No contest. Zeno Mao getting chain stun, half HP. He's going to get potentially busted down. Sutsujin goes for fear, but here comes Smooth from the side. They told us welcome to extend the fight. Fakes without all the Minon's Rage. Everybody is flying in the air, but the heals comes through from the side of X-Win to keep them all topped up. They see Uni. They need to be careful. They're looking for a snipe on Dato, but he doesn't have the charges to extend that fight. And Monster Vicious has no choice but to back out as well. And now King Empire continues with the pressure. They will take away resources instead.
Good work. Good work. But still, not enough to close out this game cleanly like they did in game number 1, right? I think that KGE, this has been quite a struggle for them. Because it doesn't look like MV is creating too many opportunities to give away these kills, and more importantly so, clumping up his 5 is making this even harder, right?
Oh, stun comes in, Zeno Mao once again going to try and start the fight here. They're trying to poke their way through. Zeno Mao might actually die here, forced into the penalty zone. Monster Vicious thought they were able to survive this, and guess what? They found Ruff. He's going to force the entropy out of there. They lose Zeno Mao for nothing.
I mean, talk about bad time and also no resources, right? I was thinking that maybe he could get out with his ultimate, but even then, it's not like he can cover a lot of distance with the penalty zone. This Lord should fall into the hands of King Empire. Not much of a contest on this one unless Uni is able to do a drive-by.
Well, speaking of drive-bys, Uni 1-0-1 on his famed Fanny. Not looking good. And this Lord is going to be an easy takedown for King Empire. Absolutely nothing they can do. Uni going to be forced to go for plan B. Backup plan, split push, and pray for the best.
I mean, that's as much as he can hope for. Let's look at the items, see if there's anything out of the ordinary, because we are seeing Holy Crystal purchase coming in from Ruff. Surprisingly enough, he doesn't want to go and protect himself with the Blood Wings. Instead, wants to double down on that damage. Even when it comes down, when we look at Sasa as well, Brute Force Breastplate, Hunter Strike, and as well as War Axe. A lot of movement speed inbuilt into these 3 items alone. But let's not forget about the Oracle to keep himself up. Anything else out of the ordinary? No, not really. Same build coming in from Sutsujin. He's already done with his build, to be fair.
Yeah. But that's the thing, right? Right now, it all comes down to mistakes, right? Sasa, he's down to his final item here. I think he's swapping for something else. I do see an Athena shield for Smooth. So I guess Fakes is the one that's pretty much going to be able to chunk through Smooth. But again, biggest question here is going to be if they have the damage to run through Smooth. Because as of yet, they are going to force a fight. What happened here? Zeno Mao again, almost getting taken down as King Empire makes an attempt, but they have forced out so much. They used the retreat, they used the flicker on top of it as well. Lord still alive, Smooth, trying to provide a little bit of harassment, but it's not going to be good enough. Uni still clearing up the minions as quickly as they can. Lord gets taken out before it reaches the tier 3s. King Empire has to make do with the empowered minions here. Dato trying to stall the way through here. Here he comes. Uni with the strike. Gets cancelled. Susuji knows what to do. Power last HP. They're going to tank it as well and take it for free even though there's no minions. MV now, no fight at all. No contest.
No, I mean, it has been, these fights have been extremely scary and really down to the wire. I think so far, despite King Empire having an 8.6k gold lead, I don't think it really matters now compared to MV's 42. Their main carries have items, and they're going to be the primary targets for King Empire. People like Ruff, for an example. 60% match win rate so far for the side of King Empire against MV, but I think that the margins are a lot closer than what the AI winning prediction is telling us.
Yeah, it comes down to who makes that small margin of mistakes, right? Like, Monster Vicious just needs to drag it out until everyone is 15 and it's go time. And if KGE doesn't push up a little bit more, Smooth's power spike as a tanky XP is going to slowly whittle down. And Uni, again, dragging the game for KGE. They're trying their best here. Looking for the attempt here. Sasa still survives. The tier 3 will fall. KGE still testing the waters here, while Monster Vicious just has no answer. It all comes down to Uni or the perfect catch. In this case, Smooth. They know exactly what they need to do. Secure the purple buff. Uni gonna be the contest here. They cannot give this to Uni. Zenomao drops the penalty zone backlines to try and stall them here. Susuji getting focused his way through. But guess what? The stolen Minoan String from Dato stops them in track, but they don't have the damage. Ruff takes them all out. Smooth is going to be next to fall. Susuji could not capitalize, and this is the comeback that he needs. X-Win needs to run, and he cannot do so. It's Fix that kills him off. It's up to Susuji. They're all so low. Nova keeps him in check, and it's going to be a shutdown, a wipeout for Monster Vicious. And they're all dead. We're going to game 3. It's over. King Empire, they dropped the ball. They made the mistakes. Monster Vicious, they have done it. They're taking it to game number 3. Day of 2-1s here in week 5 for MPL MY.
Ooh, good pullback, and unfortunately the funneling did not work out for King Empire, lining up to get knocked down by Ruff and setting up a really good play coming in for Zeno, finally capitalizing on it. It's just one big moment from both of these teams, one big moment to determine who wins and who loses.
What a start. What a catch to delay this here. It all comes down to Uni making the plays, but guess what? It was none other than Ruff himself that outplays the entire dives coming in from KGE to come up on top. What a game, what a performance, what a patience, a very, very decisive blow to turn the tides in their favor. Seems like just today itself, it's a game of comebacks.
It really is. I think that at the very least for both of these teams, it's a game of surgical extraction, right? How exactly do you get the prime target without having to disturb anything else in vital organs around it? So I think this has been quite the puzzle piece for both of these teams, and hopefully things are going to start changing up. I think for MV, they're going to go back to, again, they're going to hit the drawing board once more to say how else are we going to create better opportunities with our same game plan that both teams are refusing and only making minor adjustments to.
Yes, you know, again, King Empire, they are in this scenario where they have been prioritizing on comfort picks a little bit more. Game 1, good example. Game 2, just tried to replicate it here, but it came down to small little mistakes. It all came down to whether or not Susujin is able to capitalize on that 50%. Again, Game 1, he was able to do so. Game 2, in that final fight, was pretty much a situation where if Susujin was able to kind of chain his kills all the way through, it would have looked good, but it seemed like the divide of the wall forced them to not group up properly.
Yeah, no, it's one of those choke point positions, those hazards across the map that you have to be extremely aware of, especially when you're taking traditional front-to-fronts. So far, I think that MV, good plan so far. I do think that the early game could have gone a little bit better in their favor, especially since they are using the Fanny, but I think that is more credit to KGE just playing really good defensive, like just generally passive play.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very passive. But for now, let's figure out who the MVP is here from Monster Vicious. The MVP is going to be none other than Ruff himself. on the Natan that clutches it for the team, survives the onslaught, survives the dive, and able to get a triple for himself. Well done to Ruff here.
Really good work overall. Make sure that he had to sustain in lane. In both of these games, he's been playing Natan. This time round, a little bit better, a little bit more conservative, not making as many mistakes as he did before, and also changing up the order of what he builds. He didn't rush Starlium Slive straight away. He just went Feather of Heaven to make sure that he actually, sustains in this lane against the super annoying Sasa, deciding to play on the CC and then eventually pick up the Starlium Slive later down the line.
Yeah, and that's the thing about the current patch, right? Like, getting those early Starlight Slives here just gives you so much value because of the fact that it's a very cheap, cost-effective item, but it gives you so much capabilities in terms of cooldowns, in terms of true damage, and also overall mobility for Natan itself in the early game. But for now, I feel like based on what we've seen so far, it all came down to a situation where he just needed to burst people down. And again, once Bharat hits those level 15 timings here, this is where Bharat's strength as a tanky hero kind of loses out tremendously compared to when other heroes.
That's the beauty of having a marksman. They scale. What a big surprise, right? I think that the double fighters, they have a time limit for sure. And I don't think there's not that many marksman style junglers who have a strong finish like Roger, other than maybe like Ishin Shin. But even then, it takes too long for him to actually scale, where Sutsujin, if the right opportunity shows itself, you can actually take full advantage with the Roger.
Yeah, and as of yet, I feel like Dato, he really did a lot of work in here, actually setting up the fights here. X-Win definitely showed himself as a player that can actually play multiple playstyles as a roamer. He can play in the front, he can also play as an enchanter playstyle. But so far, 2 games in a row, he's played 2 Florins, but I really want to see KG mix things up for game number 3 here.
Well, how would they mix it up? In terms of the bans, I think there's so many things that they could let through. But that's on. This is under the dependency that Sasa is not going to play a fighter. I think that's the biggest thing, right? If not, they're going to be leaving the Roger and Harith open a little bit more than they have been banning them out so far, and it's kind of up to MV to respond accordingly, right? MV's adjustment in terms of the draft, making sure that Minotaur is still picked up within first rotation, but they also decide to start betting on some of the key picks early on and making sure that they don't lose out on locking in this Natan. Overall, this chess match really just comes down to whether or not Smooth or even Zeno are going to get their priority picks.
Yeah, I think this situation, it's more like, KG, they respected the Fanny in game 1. Game 2, I feel like because of how MV needed Uni to kind of do something in his match, they even first phase picked it. Second, I would think before the second phase ban came in, they prioritized that. It just shows how Uni has pretty much made a very big impact in these games for KGE, and it feels like right now KGE might need to switch up their drafts in game 3 just to adapt to what happened, because everyone was playing so passive for the fact that they're just so afraid of what Uni brings to the table.
I mean, more so, there's a lot of ways to kind of stuff the initial engagement, right? A lot of strong counter engages from both sides, right? Look at the damage taken, and I think this kind of tells you. Nova X, Goldbar, and as well as Zeno, just absolutely just taking the beating. Even Smooth taking quite a beating himself, right? Even Sutsujin being the primary target for MV's side. Whenever you see Sutsujin try to turn into that Lycan form, instantly you have people like Nova X, Goldbar just flickering on top of him, just leaping in front of his face.
Yeah, and I think the biggest threat here is that they just cannot just rely on Sutsujin doing the damage. And again, the idea of KGE hoping to peel for Sutsujin was really nice, and it happened for game number 1. But game 2, I don't think Monster Vicious is gonna allow that, and we've seen multiple times now, like they were willing to put themselves in a situation where, hey, Xenomao, if you die, it's okay. As long as Fakes and Ruff doesn't die, they do have the damage to actually kind of shove the lane, maybe even clear the minions as well. And in this case, you can even see Smooth every single time he needs the heals coming from X-Win. And besides him, who else? Like, Sasa hasn't been able to do too much. He was able to win his 1v1s against Fanny, but in terms of 5v5, we don't see the impact of what CC brings to the table.
Yeah, I mean, CC just makes it difficult for you to run away, right? Linking some core members, sometimes a frontliner to a backliner, and making it difficult for them to kind of disengage, right? Let's have a look at the damage to turrets, because if I remember correctly, it should be all Sutsujin. Yep, it's the Sutsujin show once again for KGE, making sure that he gets all the gold, all that money, all the EXP. Rough for the side of MV to be the big ones to chunk them out, and Uni, as well as Fakes, when they have the opportunity to actually get a side lane push.
It's interesting to see how instead of having the Barats or maybe even Sasa kind of chase the Fanny around throughout the entire map here, but because of that play, Sutsujin is forced to play that role instead because he has technically the better mobility and wave clear compared to the rest of his teammates.
I would agree with that. I think that overall, I'm just waiting for this next game, right? What exactly are the adjustments from MV or even from KGE? Because overall, the only major adjustment is the fact that MV decided to get one of their picks a little bit earlier in that very first phase, showing off Uni's Fanny as their third pick in the rotation.
Yeah, it was something that I think a lot of teams were aware, especially from the previous week, right? People knew, oh, Oni's back. Okay, we're going to see a lot of assassins coming from Monster Vicious. And finally, to see Monster Vicious pull out a pocket pick right here, right now, is huge for them. However, let's talk about the healing here. Oh my goodness. Like, despite the kills coming from KGE, Monster Vicious was able to get a decisive fight against KGE despite this outclass of a performance. What the hell?
I mean, total healing, everybody's got some innate, inbuilt healing inside of them. Some of them even purchase items just to be able to have access to it. I think, as you mentioned before, yeah, it was a decisive fight. That's what makes the difference in these types of games. These are compositions that are very snowball heavy, and if both teams don't want to interact with each other and are waiting for your opponent to move, it boils down to who makes that first mistake.
Yeah, and I don't think it was a very